Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to Uncivil Law. I have missed you. It has been too long, my friends. It has been 5 days, 5 very long days. We have been apart from each other. It has been depressing and sad, but the depressingness and sadness is over as we are together once again to turn into the Karen Reed Trial Spectacular on day 21 of this glorious trial on May the 27th. Exciting and fun. And I'm happy to be with you together, and I hope you're happy to be with me. It's all good. So, we are tuning in to see perhaps the state rest this morning, or perhaps the end of the state's case, one of the two. So, they still have to call their reconstruction expert, but I feel like it's an even money bet whether they call that person now or they reserve it for their rebuttal case. Either way makes sense to me. On the plus side, of course, they just had 5 days for prep. That is a lot of prep. I mean, they've already prepped, I'm sure. I hope that wasn't their only prep the last 5 days, although even if it was, that'd be a lot of prep time. But, 5 days of basically uninterrupted prep time, that's a good time, man. So they put their person on now after 5 days because, they finished really strong with their reconstructionist to prove to us that it happened. The physics, sadly, apparently no Trooper Paul to be had. I'm disappointed. I know you are too, but no Trooper Paul. So, they call the reconstruction expert now. They keep him on the stand for, say, a day, 2 days between direct and cross. And then, we're off to the defense's case. Or, in the alternative, they arrest this morning. The defense takes over this morning, and they reserve the reconstruction expert for the rebuttal case. Of course, they can do both. They can call them now and call them in the rebuttal case, which also makes a lot of sense because then, the jury hears it twice. So there's definitely a case to be made there. That makes sense too. So there's definitely a strategic, which way makes the most strategic sense. I haven't really thought it all the way through. But I feel like it's an even money bet if they rest this morning or if they just wait to hold that in reserve for their rebuttal case. And, sort of try to be like their last witness in their rebuttal case might make the most sense. But we'll see what they're feeling. We'll see what they're feeling. And then, of course, the defense takes over. And potentially we have a fairly long defense case. They've been saying, 10 days. And depending on who they call, that could very well be true. Proctor, I think they definitely call. Higgins, they might call. Albert, they might call. They definitely call some other people to spend more time. They, of course, they call Lucky. They call their medical person, maybe an additional medical person. They definitely spend more time on their case, I think, than they did last time. I don't think they had to put on a case last time, but then again, they sort of might have unintentionally shifted the burden of proof onto themselves because their whole thesis was Karen Reed was framed, which, to be sure, I think there's evidence in support of that proposition. But by saying that, they unintentionally took on the burden of proof. And so they've avoided that mostly this time, right? They've been much softer about it, right? It's just that Karen Reed is innocent and the framing stuff is not quite as in your face, which I think is strategically wise. And so presumably they bring all the weaknesses in the case. And again, they kind of soft sell Karen Reed was framed. They don't have to make it explicit, kind of just hint at it, just, let the jury sort of draw the conclusion rather than, say, and you can throw a line in there, but you don't make it a dominant theme. And I think that that's probably wise. Then, of course, the prosecution has its rebuttal case, during which they'll probably call Aperture again. And then we're looking at charging the jury, and we're looking at a verdict. I think the odds of a conviction are still pretty decent. Also, I've rethought, as I continue to rethink, the whole thing about calling Proctor and why the prosecution's not calling Proctor. And as was pointed out, when I was talking to, I believe it was Vinny who pointed this out. Um, because they don't call Proctor, they get to cross-examine Proctor, which then does leave them a little bit more free in their question form because they can ask leading questions on cross where they couldn't do it on direct. So one advantage of not calling Proctor is by not calling Proctor, they get to cross-examine Proctor, and by not cross-examining and by cross-examining him, they get to just feed him the answer. So they not only they can just tell him exactly what they want and get him to do it. So they have more control in that way. So, there's that factor. So, can they successfully do all that? Well, I don't know that they really can. They haven't proven themselves to be particularly great in redirect. Maybe they're somehow better in cross. Could be. Maybe they're better in cross than redirect. They're slightly different skill sets. So maybe Brennan is just really, really good on cross, and maybe he can just really make this work somehow. Good luck, I guess, but I still think it's an error on balance. But trial lawyers could very easily disagree with me. Nate the lawyer sort of disagrees with me. I asked him about it. Nate the lawyer disagrees with me. Vinny seems to disagree with me. Mark Betterow disagrees with me. So the trial bar seems to disagree with me, which, fair enough. These people have all been tried cases. I believe they've all been prosecutors at some point. I know Vinny has. I think Mark Betterow might have been a prosecutor at some point, but I'd have to double check on that. In any event, they seem to think that, actually this is the better way of doing it. It's like, okay, fair enough. I mean, it was already going to be painful. The defense is already going to make it painful. So maybe you sacrifice that in order to have the cross, and you just, go with it and you hope for the best. But then, of course, the defense gets to choose when they call Proctor. And they could make it very painful in terms of when they call him, which is also another problem. As the defense, it's like, when do you call Proctor? Well, that's an interesting question, because it's like, what do you think? He's not really your witness. He's going to fight you, but that's kind of the point. So when you talk about trial strategy, you talk about primacy and recency being big things, the first thing and the last thing. So does it make sense to call Proctor first and or last? It's like, that is, he's not your witness, but if it's what you want the jury to focus on, which, maybe it is. It feels like a hell of a gamble by the defense, but one I could definitely see the defense making. It's a bold move, especially if you call Proctor first. It's a bold move. Or call him last, even perhaps bolder. If you call him last, that's incredibly bold, because, I don't think you can call Proctor last reasonably, because there's just not enough control for you as the defense. I mean, you don't know of a lot of ways of it going bad, but if it does go bad, you can't salvage it because there's no one left to follow. So the logical thing to do then might be to call Proctor first, which is itself a big move. You're like the first witness. I mean, that's saying a lot. That's really like, throwing your dick down on the table. It's like your first witness is going to be the chief. The first witness as the defense is going to be the chief investigator against you. That's a hell of a bold move, but I could definitely see it being done. That's something you want to definitely think all the way through. For sure. Yes, definitely something you want to think all the way through, but I could see it. It's, I mean, yeah, so we'll see what the defense wants to do in terms of timing. I haven't really thought their timings all the way through. The only real error, well, there's only been really two arguable errors that the prosecution has made so far in their case. When we talk about like conviction probabilities, the two errors that the prosecution's made so far is, one, not calling Proctor, although that's debatable. That is a debatable mistake, and there's a counter case to be made, and perhaps it is the better course of action. So that's debatable. And then, of course, calling Shannon. Show me the trial lawyer who thinks calling Shannon was a good idea. Show me that guy. Show me that guy who thinks, oh yeah, calling Shannon, that totally makes sense. Shannon, he's definitely the expert I wanted to call. That's totes the way I wanted that to go down. Boy, oh boy, I can't wait to use Shannon at my next trial. Shannon's the best. Show me that trial lawyer. I'll wait. You know what I mean? But yeah. Yeah. That was by far and away the biggest mistake. But I still think on balance, that especially if their accident reconstruction expert does what they need to do, if their accident reconstruction expert's really good, and has all the PhDs and, is credible, and if he's, good, if their accident reconstruction expert is really, really good and they finish with that either today or, during their rebuttal case or both, the prosecution has the confession. That's how they're going to sell it. They have the confession. They have their reconstruction expert. That's their primacy and recency. Everything else gets thrown into the middle. Their story and sort of the whole thing was excellently well done. We'll assume their closing argument is going to be just as well done. Who gives the closing argument? That's interesting. Presumably Brennan does, but maybe Lally does. And I still think there's a pretty solid chance of conviction out here. I don't know what those odds are. We could check the betting markets and see what they're saying today. Let's check the betting markets and see what they're saying today, as my eyes decide to attack each other themselves. Let's check PolyMarket and see what it has to say about the whole thing. All right, as of this morning, PolyMarket predicts Karen Reed to be acquitted on all charges, 52% chance. Karen Reed guilty of either count 1 or 2, 43% chance. That is what they're predicting as of this morning. Everyone loves Unetti. I love Unetti. Unetti's the best. Unetti's great. He's definitely the lawyer I would want out of the trio. If I had my pick, I'm taking Unetti. I'll take Unetti over Jackson. Yeah. Although Jackson, of course, has some great lyrics. It's been a while since we've heard the Bang Bang song. So let's play that in honor of Jackson.
Keep going. Put your phone down.
We'll play a little song in honor of Jackson. This is from Turtle Boy's channel, by the way.
I'll call this Bang Bang.
Seriously?
Bang, bang.
I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass.
Bang, bang.
I will fuck you up. Pull up, bitch.
Bang, bang.
I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass.
Bang, bang.
I will fuck you up.
Objection.
Bang, bang.
I will fuck you up. KO. Bang bang.
Bang, bang.
I will fuck you up. You're a bitch, bro.
Bang, bang.
I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass.
Bang, bang.
I will fuck you up. Right?
Yeah.
The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up.
Bang, bang.
Right?
Yeah.
The bang bang, the bang bang, pull up. The bang bang, the bang bang.
Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please. Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand. Please state your name and spell your last name for the jury.
Michael Proctor, Proctor.
You're a bitch, bro.
Bang, bang.
I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
I'm going to allow it.
Bang, bang.
I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up.
I'm going to allow it.
Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang.
Certified banger. Certified banger, 10 out of 10. Every single time. Absolutely, 100%. It's been a long time since we heard that song. Something to look forward to in this trial, perhaps. Spinny Fan, of course, is back. Spinny Fan is the best. Have I lost the ability to do, you know, what's it called? Like goals? Oh, there it is. No, I see it. I just am blind. I've been looking for 5 minutes. Like, where's the goal button? Did I lose it? And it's like right there. It's still exactly where I left it. It's like, okay, I'm just blind this morning, apparently. You ever have one of those days like where you're looking for something and you just can't find it, even though you're like looking right at it? That's just irritating. And then you're like, where is it? Where is it? And I've been looking at it the whole time. That sucks. Yeah, that ADHD, that's my whole existence. Preach. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, that's rough. It's like, where's the thing? It's right in front of you. It's even worse if someone's there and pointing it out to you and you still can't see it. That's the really bad one. It's like, where are my keys? You're literally looking right at them. Where? I mean, they're on the coat hook. I'm looking right at the coat hook. I know. I can see you looking at the coat hook. They're right there on the coat hook. I can't see it. They're right there. No, they're not. I promise you are. Damn it. They were there the whole time. Fuck. Yeah. That's when things are going really bad. It's like that's the challenging one. Where are my keys? They're already in your hand. Shit. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Yeah. Some days, man. Some days. Yeah. All right, here's one. Have you ever driven through a red light because you forgot like what red lights are? Like, it's not that you can't see it. You see the red light, but your brain fails to connect that means that you should do something. Has that ever happened to anyone? Because that's happened to me a couple times. It doesn't happen often, but it has happened a couple times where I've driven through a red stoplight, not because I didn't see the red stoplight, but because my brain failed to connect that red stoplight means I should do something. And then like halfway through the red light, it's like, oh no, wait, I was supposed to stop for the red stoplight. I forgot. Has that ever happened to anyone? That's a good one. Fortunately, I haven't gotten into a wreck yet because of it, but still, yeah. Absolutely not. Okay, not. It was just me. All right, fair enough. Yeah. Steph says yes. Pam says yes. The stop sign, same problem. Yeah. Like I saw the sign. I just failed to connect that it means I should take a course of action. All right. There's a couple people in chat, but not a lot of people in chat. All right, fair enough. You just got up? Yeah, well, that's all right. We're making it through. Oh yeah, we have new merch I have to approve too. I forgot to approve the merch. We have Proctor the Taillight Fairy merch that I need to approve. Okay, let me do that real fast. Hold on. Where okay, it's in my fourth wall account. Give me a second. We've had 53 orders in the last 30 days, so some of the merch items are not doing too bad in terms of the store. So currently pursuing in various forms. Yeah, what do we do in terms of mugs and stuff? There's a lot of items. I guess there's nothing wrong with like approving them all, but I don't know if we need currently pursuing mugs, t-shirt, and different. Yeah, let's just approve them all. That's fine. You guys have more options. All right, I have to prove these one at a time, so just take a second. All right. Okay. Proctor the Taillight Fairy mug. Cute. All right. Proctor the Taillight Fairy t-shirt. We'll make that available. And save that. All right, cool. What else we got? Currently pursuing BS degree, currently pursuing mug. Very nice. Jinx, you've got some cool stuff. Jinx has an eye for merch that I definitely do not have, so we'll definitely give it to Jinx on that one. Currently pursuing t-shirt. All right, let's see what should this price be? Okay. I like to make it a little bit cheaper than the recommended price, so make it a little bit more affordable. So I usually drop it $1 or $2 from the recommended price. I'm nice. Let's see. Okay, approve that item. Cool. Oh, I forgot to save the change. All right. Currently pursuing mug. Nice. Okay. Currently pursuing sticker. Yes. How much should this sticker be? That's a good question. How much are the other stickers on my shop? That's a good question. So I can make it the same price. Let's see. All right, $6.95. All right, $6.95 it is. Save that. Great. Next, a hoodie. The currently pursuing hoodie. It's funny. All right. Where is my own merch shop? Thank you. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at some of these wonderful merch items that are now available to you. Courtesy of Jinx, our friendly designer. Yes, I'd like to. No, I want to go to the site. Damn you. Take a look at our merch shop. All right, so we now have these wonderful merch items that have just been added to the store. This one is good, I have to say. I really like this one a lot. This one is cool. Proctor the taillight fairy. That is good shit, Jinx. I mean, holy shit, Jinx. That is a good item. Jinx outdid herself on that one. That is good shit. It comes in 2 sizes, 11 ounces and 15 ounces for all your coffee related or other beverage needs. We got Proctor the Taillight Fairy t-shirt. That's nice. BS degree. Pursuing since 2008. That is good shit. BS degree currently pursuing stuff. BS degree on purple background, or your choice of colors. Well, for the mug at least, you get your choice of colors. Nice little range there with some mortarboard hats. Very nice. BS degree stickers for your laptop. That'd be good. Put that right on your laptop if you're a student or something. That'd be good. BS degree hoodie, and of course, unexpected black hole. All great items, man. All awesome. So thank you very much. Yeah, we'll do a merch giveaway, but the merch giveaway is going to be tied to a super chat award. I think that makes more sense. So I'm just trying to decide what makes sense in terms of the award amount and timing and such. But yeah, so yeah. So yeah, let's do a goal. All right, let's say 10 super chats. Well, what makes sense in terms of the giveaway? 10 super chats of $5 or higher? Yeah. Or should it be more than that? Let's do 15. All right, 15, and I'll give you. Let's see. You can have 2 hours, I guess. That sounds good. All right, I think that makes sense.
You are unmuted.
Now open, you may be seated.
All right, so I was told, Counsel, Mr. Lessie, you wanted to see me?
Of course we do. We'd love to see you, Your Honor. We've missed you
Do you
so
wanna come
much.
to Sidebar?
We'd love to come to Sidebar.
Sure.
Sidebar is the best bar.
Okay.
We missed you, Your Honor. We just want to tell you how radiant you're looking this morning. We missed you so much. All right, let's try this as a goal and see if this gets us anywhere. Good morning, chat. Love you, chat. All right, so we have a merch giveaway, 2 hours. If we have 15, I believe it's $10 super chats, or is it $5? I forget what I said it at. Whatever. If we have 10 independent super chats of whatever that dollar amount is, then we'll do a merch giveaway in the next 2 hours. That sounds fun. I mean, yeah, we all need a minute to ease into work. I mean, I've definitely know that feeling. It's like, when you've had a 5-day weekend, you're not really ready to start work right at 9 o'clock. I need a little time to ease into my day. I'm not going to be ready to work for like at least a half hour. Leave me alone. Yeah. By the way, did you guys have a nice holiday yesterday? I did a little cookout with Nate the lawyer. We also did a little recording session that will be posted on his channel if it hasn't already, so that should be fun. We talked about Ben Shapiro has been advocating for Donald Trump to pardon Chauvin, the cop who was convicted of murder for Floyd. And we're like, this doesn't make sense because Ben Shapiro's complaint is relating to the state trial and like the jury, there being pressure on the jury and things like that. But it's like, well, the only thing that Trump can pardon Chauvin for would be the federal conviction, not the state conviction. And there was no jury for the federal case because there was a plea deal. So it's like, oh, look at how biased that judge was and how the evidence was shoddy. And look at how there was pressure on the jury. I'm like, what jury? It was a guilty plea. So it doesn't make sense. First of all, I don't think it makes sense to really criticize the state conviction on its own terms. And second of all, even if it did, it has nothing to do with the federal plea, which is completely independent. So it doesn't make sense on any level. But we did a little reaction video to that because we're like, we don't get it. So that was fun. One of the things that makes it weird under the state level is that the state doesn't have merger doctrine. So they were able to use the underlying assault as the predicate for the felony murder, because Chauvin was convicted of felony murder. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the concept, a felony murder is when a death occurs during the commission of a felony. You don't have to intend the death itself. The death just has to occur as a consequence of the felony. You have to only intend the felony. So like the classic example is like a liquor store robbery. Okay. That's sort of the classic example, right? I went into the liquor store to rob the place. And the clerk died as a result of me robbing him. But I didn't intend to kill the clerk. So they can't convict me of murder outright. But the death occurred as the consequence of the robbery. Somewhat perhaps silly example. I knocked over liquor bottles, as the clerk was chasing me, and he slipped on the liquid and he fell backwards and, he hit his head on the ground and he died as a result, right? That might be a somewhat silly example, but that would do the trick, right? It's like, I wasn't trying to kill the clerk. I was just trying to, make my escape. As I grabbed the money, was running out the door. The clerk is chasing me. I, knock over the liquor bottles so that, to try to distract him. He slips on the liquid, falls back, hits his head on the ground, dies. Right. So that'd be felony murder. All right. So you don't have to intend the death. You just have to intend the felony. Okay. And the death has to occur as a consequence of the felony. What made Chauvin's conviction weird is Minnesota is one of 3 states that doesn't have what's called merger doctrine. Because in almost every single state, you can't use the assault as the predicate felony, because every murder is an assault. So you can't use the assault as the predicate felony, because that doesn't make sense. Because then you're just elevating any assault into murder. And so you kind of destroy the distinction between assault and murder. So in almost every single state, you have this concept called merger doctrine. You can't use the underlying assault as the predicate felony. But Minnesota, along with Georgia and like one other state, doesn't have merger doctrine. And it was so foreign to me when I first heard about it. I was like, there's no way that's true. And I read something like 5 state Supreme Court cases from Minnesota till I believed it. Because the first couple times I read it, I'm like, they can't possibly mean that. They must mean something else. And then it was like, it was only like the 4th or 5th time. I'm like, no, they actually mean it. They actually don't have merger doctrine. So it's like, okay, so for Chauvin to be convicted of Floyd, for the knee on the neck guy or whatever, right, that guy? It's like, for Chauvin to be convicted of Floyd, he doesn't need to intend that Floyd dies. He just now needs to intend to commit the assault. And that the death occurred during the commission of the assault. As like, well, did he intend the assault? I mean, yeah. I mean, duh, right? I mean, of course he did. I mean, he obviously intended to put him on the ground, and that was what he was trying to do. He was trying to assault him. I mean, I mean, there's not a lot of ambiguity there. And so then it's like, okay, well, did he exceed? Then there's only, because he's a cop, then you might get into the question of like, well, did he exceed like his scope of lawful authority? Like, because you might be able to assault someone to some kind of limit within a lawful authority. So sometimes you might be able to assault someone lawfully. Another example of when you could assault someone lawfully might be like a bouncer, right? A bouncer can use force to eject somebody if they're refusing to leave. Okay. But that doesn't mean that they can use all force, right? There's still a limit, right? So it's basically, did he exceed the scope of that privilege? And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, he kind of did. There's lots of evidence relating to that he exceeded the scope of his training. There was plenty of evidence relating to that, and, from a lot of different angles. So it's like, okay, that element is met. It's like, okay, did then Chauvin as a causal matter, was he a substantial contributing cause? Yeah. I mean, he certainly aggravated the death. Chauvin was on fentanyl. Chauvin had heart conditions. He had 3 times the LD50 of fentanyl in his blood. He had problems breathing before Chauvin ever got to him. But the question, you take the victim as you find them, as you well know. And it's like, okay, so did Chauvin, was he a substantial contributing factor? And it's like, yeah. And so it's like, okay, then he's guilty of murder. It's like, yeah. So it's like, it doesn't, yeah. And so that's partially due to a quirk in Minnesota state law, but that's the state of the law. And so it's like, okay, and so it's like, yeah, Chauvin's guilty. And I watched the trial. I watched it. There was plenty of evidence from which a reasonable jury could conclude all those things. There was more than enough evidence from which a reasonable jury could conclude. And it's like, so I don't buy it. And then even assuming somehow that you think that there was a problem in the state level proceedings, that would have nothing to do with the federal level proceedings, because they're separate sovereigns and are therefore completely independent legally. So even assuming somehow there was a problem in the state level proceeding, how that gets to, therefore, there was a problem in the federal level proceeding that Trump should therefore pardon, it doesn't make sense. And so we had a whole discussion about that. Yeah. I mean, the video is certainly a substantial piece of evidence, no doubt. But yeah, there was the video, of course, itself. There were several eyewitnesses. There was medical testimony. There were several use of force experts from the police and outside the police as well. Yeah, it's like, yeah. You could criticize the trial judge for, you could criticize the state level. If you wanted to criticize the state level proceedings, there are two major grounds to criticize it. One is venue, because things were so charged in the city, it should have been transferred somewhere else. And the other one would be that the trial judge didn't do enough in terms of buffer zones or otherwise to control the clamor outside of the courthouse. So you could criticize those things, as did his defense team on appeal. And the appeals court, I think, somewhat unfairly batted away those issues because they focused on other things instead, because the defense team, kind of appealed everything that they could, which is definitely a strategy, but perhaps a mistake in Chauvin's case, because by appealing everything, it allowed the Court of Appeals to focus on the other things that were a lot less legally concerning. And they sort of blew past the issues relating to the venue and the issues relating to the pressures on the jury. Not to say that, the Court of Appeals necessarily should have reversed for those issues, but they did sort of give them short shift in the analysis. But, it is what it is. So, okay. Although, and then also another reason you could be critical of the case would be for the other three officers. That's a point of criticism I continue to raise. Chauvin's liability is one thing, but the other three officers, I think, a lot of their convictions don't make sense and are arguably a miscarriage of justice. One guy, it was like his first week on the force. And he said, it seems like this guy can't breathe, it seemed like, and, Chauvin was saying, no, it's okay. I've got it. I mean, it's your first week on the job and this guy's got like 20 years experience. And you're like saying, boss, are you sure this is okay? I mean, are you really gonna like tackle the guy off of him? Are you really gonna do that? Probably not. So I think the convictions for some of the other people that were involved were unjust. But I don't think you can make that case for Chauvin. If you want to make the case for the other three officers, I think you are a lot closer. But for Chauvin, not so much. So that's my view on the issue. I still think the law itself is kind of batshit crazy in Minnesota. The fact they don't have murder doctrine is still kind of insane to me. I feel like there might be a federal case to be made in that somewhere. It feels like somehow that shouldn't be allowed as a matter of federal constitutional law. I don't know if there's any case law to really support that proposition. Presumably there's not. But, well, you could try to cobble something together based on the fact that, like, only 3 states do it. It's such a sharp departure from the standard practice that somehow it's become like a conventional norm. There might be an Eighth Amendment. It feels like there's an Eighth Amendment argument in there somewhere for cruel and unusual punishment, or maybe there's a double jeopardy problem in there somewhere. Or a due process problem in that, the fact that they don't have murder doctrine. It feels like there's a federal case to be made on there somewhere. Due process or double jeopardy or cruel and unusual punishment. It feels like there's a federal argument to be made in there somewhere that should not be permissible. That you should not be allowed to not have murder doctrine. That sounds like, yeah. I'd be interested in the common law roots relating to murder doctrine, that maybe you could argue that it's implicit somewhere in that constitutional guarantee. That'd be an interesting argument to try to make. Presumably someone tried to make it and it didn't work, but that'd be the only other thing. Is it's the fact that they don't have merger doctrine is so bizarre to me. They've been up there for a hot minute. They certainly have been up there for a hot minute. We're having a little caucus time over here. Good morning to the 591 of you currently here. It is extensively appreciated. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to hit the like button. It certainly helps with the channel. Do we have a Twitter thing for today? And if not, can we create one? Is Miss Mandy Reacts around, or is she not here today? I haven't seen her in a couple days. Is she doing okay? Sidebar, thank you. Appreciate it. Any advice for taking the LSAT? Not particularly, just practice. I wish I had practiced more. Take a prep course. I wish I had, to be honest. Yeah, I didn't really practice for the LSAT. I should practice. I should have taken a prep course. I didn't. Take a prep course and practice. That's really the only advice I have. What's my favorite legal law book? Getting to Maybe was pretty good. Oh, and Justice Scalia's book on legal writing is very, very good. Arguing Your Case, I believe it's called, by Scalia. So yeah, those are two good books. Arguing Your Case by Scalia and Getting to Maybe by whoever. Those are two very good legal books. Yeah. Of course, the Federalist Papers. Does that qualify as a legal book? I guess it does. It's a series of pamphlets. Let's throw in the Federalist Papers. That's pretty good. Blackstone's commentaries? I don't know if I've read parts of Blackstone, but I've never read them like completely. Yeah, I don't know. I've never read them completely. Maybe that'd be a good thing to do sometime, is to read Blackstone's commentaries. All the King's Men? No. Recommended? Cool. Do I think they're doing the motion dismiss now? They do it in open court. They wouldn't do it at sidebar. They do it in open. I don't know what they're doing. 1,700 pages, huh? That's a lot of pages. Well, if you need a little light reading, 1,700 pages, I'll do it. Give it a shot, I guess. What's happening? Sidebar is happening. No, for Blackstone's commentaries. It's 1,700 pages. Which makes sense. I mean, it's a series of commentaries on basically the entire common law. So, 1,700 pages. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty decent size for basically a treatise on the common law. Yeah. You'd listen if I read Blackstone out loud? Well, I'm not sure there'd be a lot of interest in that. But if I had a stream with enough people on it, I would read Blackstone. I won't do it just to entertain myself. I would be lucky to break like 200 people on that stream, to be honest. I don't think there's a lot of value in it. If it were like 5,000 people listening to me, yeah, I'd read Blackstone. I'd read it all. It would take, a month, if not more, but I'd read it. But if, there were 5,000 people watching that live stream, I'd do it. If there's 100 people, not so much, no. You crying face? Don't blame me. Blame the fact that, I need this to be a successful enterprise. I need uncivil law to, bring in revenue. I need to bring in revenue. And to be honest, I'd like it to bring in more revenue than it does. It keeps the lights on, but, not much more. It doesn't bring in the kind of revenue that some of my competitors bring in. I'll tell you that. So, more the algorithm seems to favor more pop coverage, and so that's kind of what you would expect me to do is more pop, less deep legal analysis, more pop, more frivolity. So that's what the algorithm favors, and that's what the audience favors, and that's what brings in the money. So guess what I'm going to be doing? I'm going to respond to the market like a rational business. Don't blame me, blame the market. Have I tried being more exciting? I thought I was plenty exciting. But hey, maybe I'm not everyone's cup of tea. Don't compare myself? Well, I only compare myself in so much as I'm a business, because I need uncivil law to bring in revenue, and I compare myself in the sense of a business. So I compare myself in terms of, geez, I can't help noticing these other channels are bringing in a lot more revenue than me. What are they doing that I'm not doing? Because I would like some of that money. I like money. Do you like money? I like money. So I compare myself in so much as I would like more money, please. That is the purpose of the comparison. What are channels like Emily D. Baker or Nate the Lawyer or Melanie Little, well, especially with respect to this streaming, like what is Emily D. Baker and Melanie Little doing that I'm not doing, right? That makes their streams more popular by a lot, right? It's not even close. So it's like, so what am I not doing that they are doing, or what am I doing that they're not doing? What is the difference? And there are a lot of answers to that question. And I spend a lot of time trying to think about it. I spend trying to think about how I can do it differently, because I would like, more people to watch the stream. Because it makes me happy when, people watch the stream. Apparently the feed has stopped or something. I don't know what's going on. So give me a second while I guess I find another feed or something. I don't know. Emily talks a lot. She does. I try to talk when I have something to say, which maybe I need to talk even when I don't have something to say. Just complete stream of consciousness streaming. I don't know if that's popular, but I could do that. All right, let's switch feeds for a second because this feed seems to not be stalled out. So we'll have something watching. The difference is boobs versus no boobs. That might be part of it. It might be part of it. Part of it might be because they are women, and by virtue of being a woman, they provide a perspective that I don't have. Because women and men do tend to think differently, for better or worse. And maybe, and I think it's true that their audience is principally women. And perhaps women find it easier to relate to someone like Emily and Melanie than myself. Maybe it's that. But I can't become a woman, no matter what the left says. Or can I? Yeah, I don't think that would necessarily be successful. So yeah, I mean, there's only so much I can do in that domain. There's only so much I can do. I can learn things from them. I can augment my personality perhaps in some ways, but there's limits to what I can do. But something to learn from in any event. Emily also has the neurodivergent crowd. Maybe. I don't know how much of a factor that is, but perhaps there's something in there. I think one of the factors that are at play is that Emily is more pop in her presentation, which isn't necessarily bad. It's just different. She is more, how would you say it? Yeah, she's just more pop culture-y. Whereas she is less likely to do like a full legal analysis with like documents on screen. There's part of that, but that's not really her dominant strength. Her dominant strength is more visceral, which, it appeals more to your lizard brain and your emotional brain than perhaps your logic brain, but that's where people live. So there's something to be said there too. Emily's smart though. She's smart. And obviously what she's doing is working. So if the classic answer, if you're so smart, why aren't you rich? Right? If you're so smart, why aren't you rich? If richness is a measure of your smartness, then Emily's success in this domain would indicate she's way smarter than me. She's way something more than me. So that's that. Oh. And now Spinny Fan is back. Good times. I will say one thing I do like about Melanie Little, for example, is that she's more emotionally cool than me, which is she lets things bother her a lot less. At least she's better about not showing it. So I don't know what she really thinks inside, but she's better about not showing her feelings as much, which I guess is ironic, in some senses. That she's more stoic isn't exactly the right word for it, but I don't have a better word. So she's less unflappable, I guess, is perhaps slightly better than stoic. Because stoic implies she's unemotional, which isn't quite correct. She's emotional. She's more emotionally regulated, maybe, or something like that. So she lets things fly, roll off her shoulder. She's less likely to be bothered about things, where I'm more likely to yell at chat and things like that. So she's better about not letting the haters at least overtly get to her. And Emily D. Baker is better about that, although that's partially because she regulates her chat so aggressively to curate a environment. She's very aggressive in her moderation policies, which isn't necessarily bad. It's just she wants a particular environment. She is one of the most aggressive in terms of her moderation to ensure that happens. Melanie is less aggressive about her moderation policies. She just doesn't care as much, which, something to learn from. I wish I had more of her less giving a fuck kind of things. It might be because doesn't Melanie have like 5 kids or something? It might be because she's a mother of like 5 and is used to so much bullshit, and she's just used to the accumulated bullshit, and she's sort of like seen it all. Maybe it's life experience. Maybe that's what it is. But whatever it is, it's going for her. I like Melanie. And also, incidentally, congratulations, Melanie, on recently passing 100,000 subscribers. I said as much in her chat recently, I noticed on this weekend, and gave her, like a couple bucks super chat to say congrats. She's certainly picked up a lot of subs very fast. Not that I'm angry about that in any way. Lol. I don't know if is envious the right word? It probably is envious. Not that I'm envious anyway, that she was able to basically grow her channel so fast. It's not fair, damn it. Spinny fan continues to spin. Spinny fan spins for justice. Spinny fan spins for you and me. Spinny fan together with me. I don't think either one of them is fake. Yeah, I don't think that's a fair characterization. They might play into themselves in some sense, but I don't think either one of them is fake. Yeah. They might play a slightly more curated version of themselves in some sense. I think that's true to some degree for everyone on YouTube, but perhaps it's more true for them that they play. I don't think they're playing a role. I don't think they're playing a role. I don't get the sense that either one is inauthentic. They might be only showing part of themselves, and perhaps a smaller part of themselves than perhaps myself, but I don't think either one is inauthentic. I don't get that sense, at least. They're sassy. I'm sassy. I'm plenty sassy. If the problem is I'm not sassy enough, then I don't know what sassy is. I thought, yeah, if your thing is like they're sassier than me, I thought I was plenty sassy. Damn. I thought I was plenty sassy. Shit. I don't know, ma'am. I don't know. They're snarky. I'm also snarky. Yeah, if this is your thing, yeah, Emily, if your point of comparison is Emily D. Baker or Melanie Little is snarky or sassy or sarcastic, if you're using any of these words, I'm like, really? Compared to me? I thought I was all those things. Are they more than me? I didn't even know that was possible. Damn. I don't know how to be more sassy, snarky, or sarcastic. I thought I had all that in spades, man. Shit. They're classy? I think that's true. Yeah. Yes, that's fair. Yes, that is fair. That I phrased that differently, but I think when you say they're classy, you're pointing to a point that I made with them being more less bothered by the haters. They are more able to let what you would describe as classy, and maybe you're describing something different, but I would what I describe as classy is basically the idea that they're less prone to give a fuck about their haters. They're less prone to show their displeasure. They're less prone to show they care. They're less prone to they'll like they're more even keeled. They don't let it bother them. So they've got that going on for them. If that's what you mean by classy, I think that's a fair point of critique. You're a channel for dudes. Fair. I get the male vote. That's nice. My wit is more dry. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. I like a joke that isn't necessarily obvious. It's a joke. A British sense of humor, as some has described it. Yeah, it's sort of dry, and it's easy to confuse for being serious. But like the joke is sort of in the absurdity, but you're sort of depending on the audience to pick up on that, which not necessarily isn't obvious in American humor. Like where you say something, it's absurd, but you say it seriously, and you're sort of depending on the audience to pick up the contrast between the absurd statement and the seriousness. So the funny is in the delivery versus the message, right? You're saying something that's absurd, but you're saying it straight faced. So the funny is in the difference between the straight and the absurd. You're basically playing your own straight man to your own absurdity, right? So you're basically playing both parts at the same time. But the problem with that is you're depending on the audience to pick up on that, and sometimes they don't, particularly because it is not the classic American humor. That is much more a British sense of humor than an American sense of humor. So that's my problem. I'm too British. Who knew? Yeah. It also does require a bit of a high IQ. And so, yeah, it requires to understand what's really being said versus what is apparently said. It's like, yeah, it relies on the audience to decode the true intention behind it, which, yeah, that can be challenging. Yeah. You don't like Melanie's intro? I like Melanie's intro. I actually think it's pretty banger. I like Melanie's intro. It's a good intro. It's a bop. The intro definitely has a tendency of sticking in my head a little bit. Yeah, it's good. It's a good intro. If I watch Melanie, you skip her intro every time. Fair. You can't please everyone, which Melanie knows. That's why she says she's not a cupcake. She's very likable, but she's not going to make it. You know, one of the things that's interesting about Melanie in particular is how much and to what degree she is like harangued online. She's got quite a lot of haters, not as much in her YouTube channel, but on other media, on other social media platforms. And like some of the haters have gone to some length, like doxing and all kinds of stuff. She's got some power haters, which I don't know what that's about, man. It's like I don't really have power haters like that. But she's got some power haters that have taken some measures that are pretty aggressive. It's like, damn, people, shit. You know, that constitute like actual threatening behavior, actual harassment, actual like it's like she's got some power haters, man. I don't know what that's all about. Shit. I don't know if it's just because she's a successful woman and if it's misogyny. I tend to try to discount things like that because I think it's somewhat of a lazy explanation. So I don't know what else it could be due to, but I tend to discount just raw misogyny. I don't know what else it could be though, but it's like something else is, I don't know what's going on. It's very weird to me. She does have also I like Melanie because she's got a nice playlist going for this trial on Spotify. And I had to tell her to add Still Alive from the song Portal. And she was very confused for a while. This was on her last stream, her last live. She did a replay of some previous day's testimony yesterday, I think it was. And it's like, how do you not have Still Alive on your playlist? And she's like, do you mean Staying Alive? I'm like, no, I don't. It's like, I need you to add this song. And she was very confused. It's like, this is from a band called Aperture Science, Polymorphic, whatever. I'm like, yeah, that's the right one. It's like, I don't get the joke. I'm like, Melanie, we have to have a conversation. we have to have a talk. It's from a video game, Melanie. It's from a game called Portal. It's a good game. We're in the villain as Aperture Science. That's the joke. But yeah, so I'd explained the joke to her, and it was a little awkward, and that was fine. She added it to the playlist though, so appreciate him. I was like, Melanie, if you don't put this song in your playlist, we're gonna have a fight. You know what I mean? It's like, you got to put this on the playlist. So she did it, so we can still be friends. That's nice. Yeah. No. It's the other way, Affix. No. It's the other way. We do what we must because we can. Flip that order around. We do what we must because we can. That's the right phrase. You got that backwards, Affix. Wrong way around. Is Sidebar still going on? Well, Spinny Fan's going on. That's what I can tell you. Close enough? No, it's not. You're wrong on the internet. Fix it. Fix it now. The lyrics for the song are like surprisingly on point for the trial. I mean, you do have to read into the lyrics because they obviously weren't written for this. But if you listen to the song and read the lyrics with this trial in mind, I mean, you can definitely interpret a lot of the lyrics as speaking to this trial. It obviously wasn't what they intended, but yeah. They compliment constantly. Fair. I love you, chat. I love you, chat. You're the greatest. What do I think of Andrea Burkhart? Andrea Burkhart is the smartest woman on LawTube. She's the smartest person on LawTube. Full stop. Andrea Burkhart, I think, is smarter than me. She is the person I'd most want to work with or against in a real court proceeding, because either way, she's going to bring out the best in me. And if I'm against her, she's probably going to try to. She's definitely going to try to kick my ass, and she'll probably succeed. Andrea Burkhart is wicked smart. Yeah. She also, yeah. She's wicked smart. Yeah. $4.99 from Steph Jr. or Steph J. Just keep people being you. The more people turn into the case, the more people realize how important your take is. Yeah. I appreciate it. And also, we have 5 super chats towards the 15 of our goal to open up a merch giveaway. So that's not bad. So, hey, that's working out pretty well. So you still got an hour and 10 minutes or so to super chat if you want to hit a goal for a merch giveaway. Yeah. Andrea is the smartest lawyer on LawTube. She may very well be. Yeah. She's analytical and dry. She's everything I love in a woman. She also does her homework. She's incredibly thorough, which I appreciate. Smartest is Pisco? Yeah, sure. You believe I'm the smartest? Aw, thanks. I don't know if any of the other ones are in Mensa, but I believe they could probably get there. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'm in Mensa. I've got that going for me. Is that a good thing? I don't know. Candy Marie gives 20 gifts memberships. Thank you. It's sort of bad. Yeah. Have I ever thought of doing a stream with Bob Mara from Defense Diaries? No, but that's interesting. Miss Mandy, put that on our list of possible people to talk to, because that, if we haven't already, that sounds promising. If I have the prosecution, will it be my Hail Mary? Well, I don't necessarily know that I need a Hail Mary. What I really need is the accident reconstructionist to be like the most solid witness ever. And if I have another person to come on to the stand, what I really want, if I'm the prosecution, is someone who can come on and talk about specifically about like bruising and stuff like that. I need someone to come on and like tell the jury, and tell me for that matter, why the injuries to him are not only consistent with, because a lot of things can be consistent. Consistent is a very loose word. I want better than consistent. I want, why the injuries are like strongly indicative of this theory of the state. That's what I'd want as the witness, as the prosecution. I'd want a medical person who can come on, someone who specializes in like soft tissue damage, who can come on and say why this injury is totally not only consistent, but strongly indicative would be nice of this exact scenario. And then the accident reconstructionist to knock it out of the park. That would be what I'd want. So yeah, I'd go shopping for an MD who specializes in like soft tissue damage. Yeah, something like that. That would be like the thing that I would want. And if you could find someone like that, and your accident reconstructionist really knocks it out of the park, that takes care of a lot of sins, man, towards beyond a reasonable doubt. Hi, Kurt. I like your channel. Enjoy your humor and love how you explain what's being presented. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Do I think Shannon, with the one N, was as devastating to the jury's opinion of Karen's guilt or innocent as it was for all of us? It certainly didn't help. Yeah, putting Shannon on the stand was a error. There's just no two ways about it. And it was an error that was completely avoidable. Shannon didn't really do anything. You didn't really need him for anything. And he was just a massive liability. Yeah, if you could, you wouldn't. Yeah, don't call Shannon to the stand. It's like whatever problems he was there to try to solve, just let the problem sit. If what he was there to do was to explain why the two clocks were different, if that's what just let the discrepancy sit, and you can just do that yourself. These are two different clocks. That's why they're different. You don't really need an expert to explain it. It would be nice, but it isn't essential. Calling Shannon is just a mistake. Shannon was a bad joke. Yeah, that was by far and away the only real mistake that Brendan has made. That was really his only real error, was calling him. His redirects are not particularly helpful. I don't know that they're quite as bad as Betterow suggested, although, that's a matter of opinion. But, they certainly haven't helped a lot. I don't know if they've particularly hurt, but they haven't helped. But that's, a weakness of his versus a mistake. I suppose he could just not redirect, but, yeah. Yeah, this sidebar is taking a long time. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. What could they possibly be talking about for this long? What could they possibly be doing? "20 days of prosecution witnesses, and they still haven't shown a single piece of real evidence that Karen Reed hit anyone with the car." Yeah, it's all kind of conjecture at this point. The accident reconstructionist is hypothetically the person that's going to do that, but they haven't done it yet. So, yeah. $10 from Ty Mayo. Thank you for the super chat. Loving the hat. What's the current probability of giving for Karen Reed? Well, PolyMarket, as of right this second. Hold on. PolyMarket, as of right this second, is saying Karen Reed is acquitted on all charges, 51%. Karen Reed guilty of count 1 or 2, 45%. So they're saying it's 50-50, basically. And I think that is a reasonable projection. $45% to convict on count 1 or 2. I think I'd actually do a little bit better than that. I'm not sure what I'd put it at these days, but I might go 55% to convict on count 1 or 2. Although, to be fair, that is based on as testimony we haven't heard. So part of when I'm saying that, I'm factoring in testimony we haven't heard, because I'm assuming, perhaps mistakenly, that the aperture science reconstruction expert is just going to be totes great. There was a supplemental witness list by the defense, so they're discussing supplemental witnesses. Perhaps, yeah, that makes sense. So they're having some argument about supplemental witnesses. Yeah, they filed for 5 new witnesses, so they're probably talking about that. Fair. Yeah, talking about that, about these 5 new surprise witnesses, I'm sure. Maybe Welchure changed the report over the weekend. Could be that too. Yeah, yet more changes in the report. Yeah, probably. So everyone now thinks she's guilty. Well, Bama law, strictly speaking, we aren't saying whether she thinks we're predicting what the jury is going to do, not what we think, which are 2 different things, right? What do I think versus what do I think the jury is going to do? Those are definitely not the same thing. Okay, apparently the supplemental witnesses include Matthew Coleman, Michael Arco, Nicole David White, and Jonathan Demantis. I don't know who any of these people are. I suppose we could find out while we're waiting. Let's do a little Google sleuthing and see if we can figure out who these people are. Matthew Coleman. Who or what is a Matthew Coleman? I don't know. Proctor's friends on the text chains? Okay. So they're all Proctor's friends on the text chain. Interesting. Why do you need them? That would be part of the question I'd want to know as the judge. Like, what is their value as witnesses? And do you need all of them? Like, if they're there for like authentication or something, then any one of them presumably will be fine. So do you need all 4, and do you really need any of them at all? They don't want to call Proctor? So they want to get the messages by not calling Proctor. Interesting. You think that's a reasonable hypothesis that they don't want to call Proctor, so they want to get other people to testify to the messages without calling Proctor on the stand. Interesting. That's very possible. It would surprise me if the defense does not call Proctor. It to my mind seems like there's basically no way that can go wrong. Because if Proctor gives me every answer I want, I win. If he doesn't, I win. So, but he is certainly not my witness, and I don't necessarily know what he's going to say. Although, to be fair, I can impeach the shit out of him based on prior testimony, which is a lot of fun because he's already testified. So, but maybe there's some reason we don't want to call Proctor, so we're trying to get at it from the side. If the defense doesn't call Proctor, though, that would surprise me. But, these are experienced lawyers. So I'm sure they've thought about calling Proctor or not every possible way. They've thought about it in every possible combination. So I will assume that they are concerned about liabilities. That, I'm vaguely aware of those liabilities, but they perhaps are more aware of more liabilities and therefore are concerned about the probabilities of that. So, fair enough. My deadpan humor is fantastic. Thank you. That's very kind. Yeah. Thank you, Chastity Danielle. That's very nice of you. We only need 7 more super chats in order to do a merch giveaway. This is the part I love about trial strategy. Yeah. I mean, the defense calling Proctor is certainly a very bold move. It's an unusual move. It seems to me that there's not a lot of ways that can go catastrophically wrong. If he sits up there and just tries to justify himself, right? It's like, what is the scenario that is going to go wrong, right? What is the scenario? He tries to explain everything away. Good luck, right? He's somehow going to explain everything away. Yeah, I think the defense calling Proctor and having him read his own text would be more effective. Facts. Yeah. So maybe the defense just wants options, which, fair enough. Lawyers always like options. Lawyers like keeping their options open as long as possible. So maybe it's just that they want the option to not call Proctor. Or maybe it's that they want to call one of these people and see how it goes. And if they get everything they need, maybe they don't call Proctor. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. Proctor can't take the fifth? Not really, no. He can't really take the fifth. And even if he could, it would just make him a witness unavailable. And I just read his prior testimony into the record. And if they need someone to play Proctor, I'll do it. It was the role I was born to play. I can take a quick trip to Massachusetts, no problem. I've got some improv training. I will play Proctor. And I will read the lines the way they were written, as only uncivil can. So yeah, first of all, I don't think he can take the fifth. Second of all, even if he could, I'll just read his prior testimony in the record. And that's also hilarious. There's no issues in doing so. And it's the defense offering it. So there's not even confrontation issues. Not that there would be anyway. If the prosecution tried to do it, the defense could make a half-hearted confrontation clause attempt. It wouldn't work, but they could do it. The reason it wouldn't work is because they had the confrontation at the prior. They had prior confrontation, right? They had the ability to cross-examine them. They did to great effect. So there isn't even a confrontation clause issue, and even if it was, it's the defense offering it, so it doesn't matter anyway. So it's fine. So yeah. I'm not slimy enough to play Proctor. Aw, I can try. I'm even willing to shave my head for the part if it will help. I'll shave my head. I'll do the cue ball look. I can look scummy. Makeup. I'm ready for the camera, Mr. DeVille. In trial 1, Proctor said he did not know what the friend on text change meant by something stinks. Yeah. I don't really care. Let him, that's fine. If he wants to pretend he doesn't know, that's fine by me too. It's like every answer is equally good. He wants to give me the answer. He wants to fight me. All the answers are equally good. That's what I think. But then again, I'm not a trial lawyer by practice. So I'm certainly not a criminal trial lawyer by practice. So my opinion is perhaps of slightly reduced value on this point. This is why I like appellate law. It's just law. Law is great. Law is just clean. Law is nice. None of those messy trials. Yeah, uncivil is not born to be a trial judge. It's like, appellate law for me, baby. Trials are too messy. There's so many whiny attorneys that they whine about everything. Too many witnesses. Who did what? Blah, blah. The trials are messy, man.
You are unmuted.
Are we unmuted? Are we really? All right. She's got a big thing of
I
papers.
was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar again.
Okay, more sidebar. More sidebar. More sidebar. We had a sidebar, but we haven't had a second sidebar. More sidebar, everyone. This is great. I'm having a great time. This is fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, it's that kind of morning. It's what we're doing, man. It's what we are doing. As a juror, I'd be annoyed. Preach. Couldn't this have been an email? You know what I mean? Sidebar song. It's sidebar time for you and me. Sidebar time, it's the way to be. At sidebar. At sidebar. Sidebar. Today. Sidebar in every way. It's sidebar. It's sidebar. I've got musical skills. That's what that is, right? It's an improv song that was in meter, and although perhaps sung out of tune, at least in principle was in tune, or like it was musically correct. So, it was something. Sidebar, 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 sidebar. It's all about the sidebar, baby. It's all about the sidebar, baby. Talking about the case, doing a little paperwork, talking about the witnesses, talking about the evidence. Sidebar, 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 sidebar. I need a banjo. There you go. Or a fiddle. Yeah, one of the two. Other law tube channels do not have singing. Whether that's a plus or a minus, I'll let you decide. But I don't think Melanie Little or EDB or Andrea have impromptu improv singing breaks. But I haven't seen them do it, at least. So I think that's a unique that's the unique value proposition here at Uncivil Law. That's what we got going on for us. You can't wait till the sidebars are unsealed. I should get a kazoo. Or a slide whistle. Or that thing that Jack Black used to use, that toy saxophone. It's like called a Jabberwocky, I think, or something like that. He used one time. Get that thing, that'd be good. AJ didn't go up for sidebar. No, he can't be bothered. He's not about that sidebar. Also, there's a yellow box with a red thing on it. What's in the box? What's in the box? Saxaboom. There you go. Yeah, we need it. We get a saxaboom. That'd be good. More saxaboom breaks. One of these days, I really should learn guitar. Oh, I could do singing with chords on if I change my voice inputs. $20 from Ellen. More sidebar tunes. I'll do what I can. Thank you for the super chat. Kurt is currently pursuing a musical career. I'm doing more to pursue that musical career than Shannon is in terms of pursuing his BS. So, by comparison, yes, I suppose I am.
Oh, great. Great.
What's that, like auto-tune? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a thing. Good morning. Are you enjoying the convict Karen Reed crown on X screaming that Proctor should sue for defamation? There are so many problems with Proctor suing for defamation, it's not even funny. Because he accused Proctor of planting the glass. These people are a riot. Yeah. Yeah, Proctor suing for defamation.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
All right, cool. We have a witness, people. We have a witness.
So we're going to have a short voir dire. Okay. So
We're doing a
Mr.
voir dire.
Lessie?
Oh my God. We're doing a voir dire of a witness? Oh no. Wow. Really? Okay. Shit. Who gave these people voir dire technology?
Morning, Dr. Welchure.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a binder.
Your Honor, I would ask until the question
Can
comes
you
up.
do without it, sir, for a few minutes?
Depending on the question, sure.
Okay. So just let us know if you need to look at it. Don't look at it without
Yeah. I mean,
permission, please. All right. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Lessie.
Honor. Dr. Welchure, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation in the last few days in this case, correct?
I deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you've changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth, who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brannon, Mr. Lowley, Lieutenant Tully.
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray,
Anyone else?
the tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Anyone else?
The tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday, so there was a whole flurry of conversations around that. I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right. What did you discuss with? You understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully. It's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have You said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation? How many? And what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night. I informed them I'd landed, and then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you? Did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday? Within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him.
Yes,
Can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of, what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
I had no discussions with him about the topics of my PowerPoint presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brandon and Mr. Lally.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe, in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the what I will call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know which slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yes.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we talked about.
Oh, okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
8 to 10
8 to 10
days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when, if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe 1 or 2 lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections at the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43, trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231-38 to 1231-43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data, so I'm altering it and correcting it with better data.
Better data.
That I've received from Mr.
More
Burgess.
exciting data.
Right, but my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and
You made changes based on Mr. Burgess's report? That PhD is looking a little shaky, my friend. Really? Okay. All right. You do you, I guess. Damn.
understand, sir, that change.
Are you here to try to fix Burgess's shit? Is that what you're trying to do? Are you going to try to retcon Burgess? That'd be amazing. I mean, if he can pull that off, he's the best PhD that's ever PhD. Holy shit, dude. I mean, come on. I mean, they say PhD stands for piled higher and deeper. I guess we're going to find out if that's true. Shit.
Change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there.
Yep.
The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162.2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter, or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. I'm sorry.
Please, for Voir, let him finish.
Yeah.
It brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is you agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you're now you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 1162.2 trigger 1231.38 to 1231.43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, it's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
So
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in.
Well, that was exciting. That was exciting, useful.
Are they outside the door? Awesome. You may as well stay right there. Thank you. Okay? I'll see you at Sidebar.
Oh, more sidebar. Ah, back to sidebar. You gotta love the sidebar. All right. I promised, well, I didn't exactly promise, but I indicated the possibility that I might do a little singing with a little voice enhancement. So let's try a little sidebar with voice enhancement features. Sidebar. It's a glorious bar. Sidebar. It's wonderful for you and me. Sidebar. It's where I want to be. Together with you. and me. Thank you for joining us for Sidebar Song. I'm here to help.
Aperture science.
Yep.
Aperture science.
This is fun. Good times had by all. You think I'm getting too excited now? Mm.
So we took up a lot of your time this morning. I
Yes,
think
we
that
did.
The coffee and donuts and muffins was probably a hint that we were taking longer than what we were.
They got
supposed
muffins?
to.
What kind of muffins?
I do appreciate your patience. So I have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we met last week? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here last week? No. Thank you. With that, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, can I just stand and raise your right hand? Yes, sir. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury the case now here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah. Thank you for remembering to do that in front of the jury. I know it's a small picadillo, but I thank you that someone, it was the court officer who remembered that, yeah, you actually have to do that in front of the jury. I mean, strictly speaking, you don't have to, but thank you for remembering to do it. That was appreciated. Thank you.
May I refer to my resume? May I refer to my resume?
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Whenever you're-
Also, if you were on the jury, what kind of muffins would you want to make it worth your service? Let me know what kind of muffins would make it all worthwhile.
Ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welchure. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welchure, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments.
Sure.
Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles.
So you
of
believe the
engineering.
laws of physics are the
I'm
same
looking
for
at
the
how
human body?
Physical forces.
Wow.
The outside of the car.
Trooper
when
Paul didn't
people are
believe
inside
that.
The car,
That's neat.
Seatbelts, airbags. The first seatbelt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes.
Trivia question: who had the first 3-point seatbelt? Who in chat knows?
Damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Dr. Welchure, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago. 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together. But I like taking things apart and figuring out how things worked. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so in around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment.
Which one?
Which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
As a South Carolina boy, I always get confused when I hear USC. I'm always like, which one? Yeah. It's a little unfair that the University of South Carolina isn't called USC. I mean, it is in South Carolina, but, the rest of the nation, not so much.
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, had a wonderful opportunity to have 2 beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about October of 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people, and then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
And what was that in and where was that from?
So again, I was working full-time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California. And I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled whiplash-associated disorders, related anatomy, biomechanics of injury, and the relationship between injury potential and automotive seat design.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I may, pardon the interruption. If Dr. Welchure reads from his report, which I think he just did, can we know when he's doing that?
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us know.
Thank
Thank you, Your Honor.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So, again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time
Not
frame,
slowly
I
as some.
also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M.
All right.
And
Respect.
served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array for Intra-Articular Pressure Measurement, In Vitro Human Lumbar Spine, Intra-Articular Facet Testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering.
Correct.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low-speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper, again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low-speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, Occupant Kinematics and Loading in Low-Speed Lateral Impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests.
That's a lot.
I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably or been involved with.
He's crashed trains? That's
50
pretty
to
wicked
maybe
cool.
70 pedestrian impact tests. So
I want that for a job. That's cool. He's crashed trains? Kick ass.
a low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration.
Oh my God, this guy knows
Knowing the
formulas.
acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors.
He also
on the
knows who
body.
Newton is.
We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion, and the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
Yeah.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low-speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low-speed side impacts?
Yes.
All right.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this?
So,
Okay.
Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. That's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is event data recorders a subject that you're well schooled at?
Yes.
In addition to the papers that you've written, have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by the engineer Christopher Furbus that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference. For 10 years, we did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, I actually, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as the Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Accident Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here and conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, There was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. SAT-TIE 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, do you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the Event Data or Action Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also, as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. Excuse me, General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes.
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes.
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
Correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data, regardless of who or where you testify?
No. I take my job as to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Presently, you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you know if Aperture has?
Oh, God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's, I think, 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of? Is Is everybody a PhD in engineer?
One individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali, and then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office, and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
This guy is exceptionally qualified. I mean, for what he's trying to do. This is the expert witness that Brendan needed the entire time. Now, what he's going to be able to tell us and sell us on the data is the thing. But this is definitely sounding like the last witness you wanted, whether now or in the rebuttal case. This is sounding like this is the guy you want to drive home, right? These are the twin pillars of your prosecution, right? Your primacy and recency. Primacy, the confession. Recency, the science, right? And I could have really done without Shannon. We didn't need Shannon. Shannon was a total misstep. We could have just obliterated Shannon completely. This guy probably has to do a little bit of work that he wouldn't have to do to try to make up for Shannon a little bit. But this guy has the credentials. He has the experience. He has the training. He has the education. He has written papers specifically relating to pedestrian accidents, specifically relating to side swipes. He has done collisions himself in terms of testing. He has done, he's been credited, lauded. This guy knows exactly what he's talking. This guy actually knows what the fuck he's talking about. Isn't that nice for a change? Unlike, for example, Trooper Paul. Unlike, for example, Shannon. This guy knows what he's talking about. So if this guy can really sell this, the prosecution has got their second leg. So this guy has the foundation necessary. If he can really make this work, if he can stand up under cross, if this guy can do what it needs to be done, Karen Reed could be in a lot of trouble. She could be in a lot of trouble. So we'll see how it goes, but so far he has the credentials, experience, training to go toe to toe with Aperture on the sort of objective indicia. It's like this guy can play this game. So we'll see what he can sell, but so far I'm pretty impressed and concerned for the fate of Karen Reed. This is a very, very strong witness to end your case with. This could seal the deal. We'll see how it goes, but so far, man, it sounded pretty good for the state. So we'll see how it goes. It's a lot.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible, and then weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big, and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No. I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reporter, I apologize. It's a lengthy list. Slow? So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe 10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, one group of 92 of the scene, one group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos.
This guy did his diligence.
Dayton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records.
This guy's, yeah.
I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's phone. Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe Cellbright data. Something called Lexus Infotainment. Different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses. I have earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses. The Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed, a Dateline interview with Miss Reed, a 2020 interview with Miss Reed, lab reports from BODE, the Crime Scene Response Unit Boston, Crime Scene Service Section Maynard, Crime Scene Service Section Southeast, the Criminalist File Folder, Trace File Folder, UC Davis Veterinary Report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan. I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. Yes. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, used the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats, and then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper-to-bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide, and what that is shows parts involved in the vehicle. So for example, in Miss Reed's vehicle, I have bumper-to-bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle. And then, of course, I started additional work on top of that.
After you began your study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation, analysis, and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is all set up so far. Like, what was your education? What information did you consider? This is all set up.
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a
And
binder.
it's being done expertly at that. Brendan is good on direct, maybe less so on redirect, but he's good on direct. He's doing it exactly right. And compared to some lawyers, I have to say, didn't overstay his welcome, which can be more than said for a lot of lawyers with expert witnesses. This Brennan's ability to get what he needs out of this witness in terms of his qualifications and stuff and get through it in a fairly expeditious manner is something that should be done more. There are a lot of lawyers who, unfortunately, when they have experts, they'll spend soul crushing amounts of time on basically setup in terms of education, background, and everything. It's like get to the point. Brennan, I think, did this basically optimally. He because he needs to make this guy as qualified as possible, so he doesn't want to like drop anything. And he basically got through everything as fast as was prudent. So I he's great on direct. So far so good. And what do we know so far? We know so far two things. He's really, really an expert in this area relating to vehicles and in particular pedestrian incidents. And he considered a lot of information informing his report. That's what we know so far. But the setup has been done brilliantly. So that ominous feeling of doom towards Karen Reed is growing in my soul every passing minute.
Okay.
Sir, does that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appeared, right? 141 pages. Didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
Okay. All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
MMM for identification.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welchure use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share
Yep.
today.
Okay. No objection, Mr. Lesson, right?
All right, so yeah, basically we've done all the setup, and now we're going to start getting into the actual report and what we actually discovered. Yeah, cool. So how long did he spend on setup? A half hour? Maybe a half hour on complete setup? It was, I don't know, I didn't time it, but it seemed pretty efficient. Yeah, so it didn't overstay its welcome. I appreciate that.
Your Honor, thank you. Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welchure is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California.
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
Good job, Brennan. Yep. Nice. Back off. Good job.
We went through this, had it working perfectly. There we go.
Okay.
So that's me. No, that's my first slide. No.
I
Again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welchure.
please.
The first is your office is in California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore, sometimes they're gone, and you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene and both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, Doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, on the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Ms. Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear
He actually
bumper,
did his homework.
took some pieces off
Like
the
a
rear bumper to
competent
see what was
expert.
behind the cover, to see what
Wow.
kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon, was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well. Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle, that's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is created.
All right, chat, I'm going to ask you to do something that you probably don't want to do. But I'm going to try to ask you to like divorce yourself as much from your own views as you can and try to approach this as neutrally as possible, because I think some of you guys are being a bit unfair to this guy because you don't like what he's going to say, which I appreciate that. But I don't think you're necessarily giving this guy the credit and credibility that he is due. And you haven't even heard from him in terms of what he had to say yet. Like, give the guy a chance. Give the guy a chance to like tell you what he thinks. And, try to assess it as fairly as you can, especially considering it from the point of view, if you can, of a jury who, at least in principle, is not supposed to know anything except what they're presented in the case. So try to, put yourself in, that vantage point as best you can to try to assess what this guy's saying, what his credibility is, try to assess, the basis of his opinion, try to assess how it would come off to a reasoned, neutral fact finder, right? A reasoned, neutral person. How would they assess this? Give the guy a chance, guys. And, it may be, unfortunately, the case at this end, and I fear we're heading in that direction. It may be the case at the end that this guy turns out to be incredibly persuasive. And this guy tells a case that seems incredibly plausible. I have significant concerns that by the end of this thing, I'm going to be looking at this guy and be like, oh, damn, that was really, really good. But if that's the way it turns out, if he turns out to be really, really good, then it would be sort of unfair to say anything else. So, And, of course, Aperture has a lot to say in their own, apologize. ARCA has a lot to say. We know a lot about what ARCA has to say, but like, give this guy a chance and try to assess, how it lands and try to be fair-minded about it. I believe in you guys. I know you guys can do it. I believe in you guys. Let's listen and see what he has to say, Give the guy a chance.
Creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welchure notes that this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus, and as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case, the month or the date?
No, it was obviously before this. I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
Do you think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Okay, thank you.
So just continuing on, so what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame.
Let me see if I can find another feed without the banner on there, because we'll probably lose the closed captioning, which is not ideal, but let's see if we can find something without the banner so we can get a better look at the photographs. All right. So we'll lose the closed captioning, but we'll get a better look at the photographs. So let's do it that way, I think, because that makes more sense. And now I have to find where we were in the respective feeds, because we're a little ways back. This looks like about right. And go to here and pick it up from here. Let's do this. Okay. Let's pick up this feed and do
Watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch.
Okay, that's about
right.
right.
What I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welchure notes that this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus, and as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case, the month or the date?
No, it was obviously before this. I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
Do you think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Okay, Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Okay. Thank you.
So just continuing on, so what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the back side of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, Doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, looked at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, or scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51 second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of photographs, hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, you know, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, you know, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, I mean, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as the black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are two systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the tech stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly, we had no fault codes, but for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, it's exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the tech stream. So this is from Toyota tech stream data. You can see the screens here. There's generally two types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the, God, I forgot the name of it, the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Same thing. Took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
tech stream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
Okay. You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the tech stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. A lot of data is stored in a similar location. The tech stream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the tech stream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the tech stream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Yeah. Sorry, in my mind they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the tech stream data.
The tech stream data, in this case, does it play an important role?
It was a very complicated answer for Toyota makes Lexus. Could have phrased that a little simpler. Lexus is Toyota. That would have been the easier answer, but okay.
In your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The tech stream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new tech stream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know it's, hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car?
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it, and then similarly I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact, again, this is for looking at when Ms. Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things. You notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion, and this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements up the height of the vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brandon, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, literally, if you wanted to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road, we have the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the text stream download. So this is a screenshot from the text stream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in
Trooper Paul gets a mention. Shout out Trooper Paul.
And it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the... Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
My fingers are too fat.
Thank you.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I called event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me. And
Cool.
So this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds, because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle, and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple of questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welchure. First, starting with the
31,536,000. That's the number of seconds in a year. Sorry, couldn't resist when he said he didn't think people didn't think in seconds.
clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
It's the same thing. You start the stopwatch, it's running.
Based on the text stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that?
No, it simply tells you in this case when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event?
Correct.
Sustained, ask it differently.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have two triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger, and it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, or past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No. For example, in the trigger event, and say 5 seconds later the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. So we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine like what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34th Fairview on the evening of this event. And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles.
Nice.
Okay.
They did the
consider where
hashtag. They
that
did the
come
math.
So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point in time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So, although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up. So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where?
So this is from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7, but again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Let me ask it this way. Matching all the distances by miles, is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data. Which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here,
could you enlarge that for us, Doctor? I hate to interrupt,
I am doing that right now. You can see we have the time, and again, I've converted it in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was 2 separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the 2 events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8, plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or, as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welch, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions two triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or two separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between, and we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea of when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time. Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1. I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway, and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on for Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written and these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welch, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock, it has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct.
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report. But it was in it, this information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system, and then we are ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone.
Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have, there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the
Strike, Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
Have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on the slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe's cell phone data, at point 154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct.
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welchure that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A. Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B? Dr. Welchure?
Your Honor, can we approach on?
Yes, we'll call.
Thank you.
Okay. We can skip this sidebar because we were behind on live. So let's see where it picks up. And apparently it's a very long sidebar. What the hell are they talking about? That's like a 10-minute sidebar. What the hell is that about?
And so we understand you mentioned there are two triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one.
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
Correct.
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest.
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at .154.
Okay. And is there another time on there?
I mean, I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we can
Sure.
see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:12:36, I guess another time, that answer your question. Then we have,
The 12:12:36, what does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
that's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay.
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a three-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that, because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
Okay.
There's no zeros. What would a zero indicate?
0 is usually neutral.
Zero's
I believe
usually?
3 is park.
Okay. All right, there you go.
So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And then there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger, 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with the rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle, or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point is turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, it can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, it went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, the accelerated pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the text stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went.
Fair enough.
So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval, that's during this short time period, and then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down, and then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have the brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not at the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So.
And do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes.
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21, 23, 38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
No, this is tracking to me. This makes sense. Yeah, so you're using like the key. Yeah, this makes sense. So you're using like event data logs in time. You can see how long the car has been on in time. You kind of know when the car left due to like the ring footage, for example. You have a time for that. So, and you know, like you know how long it takes to get there. So you can sort of, you do a little Yeah, so you can make some pretty reasonable estimates about what time of day it happened, where it happened. Yeah, I'm not sure how solid that estimate is, but it's not an unreasonable estimate, and I'm not sure like what kind of confidence there is behind it, but yeah, that makes sense to me. So yeah, we can make a pretty well. The time of day would be pretty precise because we have a known anchor for that. Presumably, we can anchor it to the ring data footage relating to when the car left the house. That gives a timestamp. We can relate it to cell phone records. That gives a timestamp. So we can correlate these things between various clocks based on some reasonable yeah, stuff that gets you place, time, location. It's quite plausible. It makes sense to me. So yeah, it matters because it's trying to establish when it happened, where it happened, how fast she was going, in what direction, at what location. It's trying to pin her movements down based on the vehicle log about where various things occurred. So that's why it matters, and it's plausible. Are we back to live? Yeah, we're back to live. Cool. So we're caught up to the live stream. All right, cool. Yeah, so it's making a pretty reasonable case about these data points. How reasonable that is not quite 100% clear, but I buy it as a plausible conclusion based on the factors that he was looking at. Sounds plausible to me. So, okay. How on a flatbed you register miles? You don't. Unless you're tracking based on something else. Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't register miles on the flatbed. Not on the odometer for sure. So unless the infotainment is recording, and there would have to be it would have to be on to record it.
10-minute break because we're right through.
All right, 10-minute break.
And then we'll go again.
Chair's right this way. Please rise for the jury.
Yeah. Well, we'll wait. See if there's anything more before we blast off here.
Dr. Welchure, thank you. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
I don't know that I buy the solidity of his conclusions based on the information that was presented in terms of how solid it is, but I buy it as a plausible contention. I don't know whether or not it's more than plausible. That's sort of the thing where I didn't quite track. It seems to me that it's basing the data logs from the Lexus in terms of key cycles, and it keeps track of how fast the car was going at various times. So you can compute, as he says, like apparently it records every half second how fast the car is going. So it's like, well, okay, I know how fast it's going. I know the time interval, a half second. Therefore, I can say how far the car went. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. So that tracks. Where it becomes a little less clear to me is how he's syncing that to the real world clock. And I think he's syncing it where that comes from. Now, I think he's syncing it based on other known data points, but that part was a little vague to me, at least in my own mind. I don't know if you guys caught where he was syncing it to, but yeah, but there's some evidence from which he could draw that. It just wasn't necessarily clear what he was exactly doing to get there. And then in terms of location, I think he was basing it off of, how long it would take to drive based on, various factors to get to. I think that's what it was, but it was the correlation to the thing was a little unclear. Maybe it was clear to someone else, but that's what I lost points on. Where do you identify hitting anyone? He hasn't so far. He hasn't gotten that far. So far, he has gotten to the location of the car at various time frames. He's so far he has gotten to. He has not established at this point anything relating to the collision itself. So far what he has established is the probable location of the vehicle at various times, how fast it was going, and based on acceleration, deceleration, whether it was moving forwards and backwards, and therefore, like for example, it was a 3-point turn because various time intervals. And so he's drawing some conclusions that are plausible. Whether it's more than plausible is a little unclear to me. If it's more than plausible, but I buy it as a plausible contention, and like the margin of error in my mind is not extremely wide. It might be, if I'm sort of understanding it, and I'm not an expert, but if I'm sort of understanding it, the margin of error that we're playing with is, not necessary. It's a little vague what the kind of the margin of error we're playing with here is in terms of the correlation, right? I buy that there's basically like no margin of error in the recording of the data event at the Lexus. There's no margin of error in that, or if it is, it's a margin of error to a half second, which close enough. But what the correlative factor is a little bit vague. I don't know if anyone else came with anything a little bit more solidified than that. Is anyone else understanding the correlation from here's the data in the Lexus to therefore here's what time it occurred in the real world, here's what location occurred? Is anyone understanding that correlation to be more solidified than me? Because I'm open to other people's understanding of it. Does Burgess still have the same position at work? For the moment, I assume he does. Yeah, I assume Burgess is still employed today. Yeah. Probably will remain employed until the end of this trial, I would imagine. And then Aperture will probably quietly show him the door or reassign him to something less exciting. Correlation does not equal causation? No, not inherently. No, of course not. Well, we're talking about correlating data, not correlating causality. So it's a different kind of correlation, but yeah. Is CV and LinkedIn profiles missing from the website? I'm sure it is. Aperture not thrilled to give a notice to that one. Yeah. But I buy his testimony. I buy his testimony that it is. I buy his contention that the car was, at the time, how precise it is a little unclear what the kind of margins we're playing with, but that it was, let's say vaguely in the area, vaguely at the time, which is opportunity, right? It's like, even if there's margin of errors that gives opportunity. So whether or not we can solidify it to something more concrete is unclear, but I buy his testimony as far as it goes. He certainly seems to have done his due diligence. He did his research. He actually did the things an expert's supposed to do. He's qualified. He's credible. And it's like, yeah, these numbers play. I'm like, okay, yeah, these numbers play. But like to some degree, no one really disagrees that Karen Reed was there at the time. I mean, vaguely at the time, because, well, it depends exactly when we think things happen, but you know, at least on the state's theory of the case, she was there at the time because she had just dropped him off by her own admission. So if you believe, so like trying to pin this down on time and location isn't really like the biggest problem for the state, because Karen Reed says she was there at the time. The state thinks the murder happened because the state's theory of the case is that she backed up and then hit him, right? So, I mean, and Karen Reed says, well, I just dropped him off. So in terms of opportunity, you're there, right? If, you know, but you still have to prove the collision occurred and caused the accident. So like proving that she was there at the time that the state wants the murder happened is not the problem. Proving opportunity is not the problem. And even motive. I mean, the motive is weak, but you know, there's some motive. So yeah, means, motive, opportunity. They kind of got those. They've got enough for a plausible case there. The problem for the state is still, did the Lexus cause the injury? Right. That is my fundamental problem. So it's like, I'll spot you this because it doesn't really get you very far. It's like, sure, she was there at the time. Yeah, if you believe that's when the murder occurred, then yeah, she was there at the time. No one disputes this. So the question isn't like, where was the car at the time? The question is more like, you know, where was John O'Keefe, and was he dead on the lawn, and did the car cause the injury? So that's more the problem. So so far, I find his testimony credible, but it doesn't really prove anything that is in dispute in some sense. He's basically not proving anything that wasn't in dispute. Like everyone sort of agrees to some level about what he's saying, because everyone agrees Karen Reed was at 34 Fairview at the time in question. Whether or not that's the operative time and is more the problem, but the car's location, and that is not the issue. So it's like, I yeah, sure, yeah, you're fine. But again, I'm going to need more than Karen Reed was there, John O'Keefe was there, therefore Karen Reed did it. That is remains my problem. However, that being said, so far, he's coming off as very credible. He's coming off as reliable, credible, informed. He certainly looked at a lot of information. He looked at a lot of reports and did his own stuff. He did laser mapping. He did his own photographs. He did his own measurements. He did all the reports. He's well qualified in the area. He looked at the data from the Lexus. He's well qualified in that too. He actually understands what he's talking about. So it's like, yeah, I mean, you know, so I remain concerned that, you know, if he's able to do what sort of is the weakest point of this case, if he's able to make a credible case from a biomedical perspective, which is really where this sort of hits the road, as it were, the rubber meets the road. If he's able to make a credible case that, you know, based on side swipes and based on this car and based on his expertise and based on whatever, if he's able to make a credible case that the injuries were due to that, Karen Reed's in a lot of trouble from a legal perspective. But we haven't gone that far yet. But right now we don't have to, right? In some sense, we're just buttressing him as an expert. We're just making him to be a reliable, credible person. That's what the state is doing right now. They're just making him to be a reliable, credible person. So when he gets to, you know, the thing in question, we'll believe it because he's a reliable and credible person, right? Because he's reliable and credible about everything else. This also must be true. So that's basically what the state is doing. They're building him up with fairly uncontentious information in some senses, so that when he gets to the punchline, everyone will be like, well, he was credible about everything else. He must be credible about this too. And, you know, to his credit, he hasn't told us yet. So we don't even know that, like, what he's saying won't be credible unto itself. It may well be credible unto itself. But if it's not, he's got the halo effect going for him. So I think Karen Reed's things are heading in a direction. We're not there yet, but things are heading in a direction where Karen Reed's could be in a lot of trouble. If this guy can do what needs to be done. And it seems like, I don't know what he's going to say, but if he's able to make a credible case, yeah, this could be a real problem. So far, so good for Aperture on this guy. So I found it interesting. Yeah, Michelle. I mean, the problem is like, how is his injuries consistent with this? Is a problem. But whether or not he can solve that problem, I don't know. I obviously haven't heard what he has to say. This is a reigning problem in my mind. Maybe he can solve that problem. Maybe he has enough to solve that problem. And if he solves that, I mean, that's a fair amount. But if he can solve that problem for me, I'm gonna have to like not only reassess what the jury thinks, I might actually have to reassess what I think. If I come away out of this thing thinking that Karen Reed is myself, if I come out of it thinking that Karen Reed might be guilty, holy shit, dude, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, we're not there yet, and I mean, there are still other problems to be had, but if he can solve that problem, that is one of the biggest problems for the state. And then, of course, we could get into other issues. Evidentiary issues are legion. We could get into other issues, but if I have to assess like my own internal probability that she is in fact guilty, it's like if I have to reassess what I would do on the jury, if I have to start thinking about it, because right now I'm like kind of not thinking about it because, well, the first trial was a total fucking disaster, as we all well know. So like for me, I'm like, oh, I'm firmly in sort of camp Karen Reed is innocent. But of course, we're in a new trial. So if I have to reassess where I'm at, if I have to go from basically, I don't know what what's the probability in my own mind that she's guilty right now. It's like it's incredibly low. If I have to reassess that probability for myself, that's going to be very interesting. That'll be very interesting on a number of levels. That could be interesting. That could lead to a fight between me and other members of LawTube, which would be, yeah, because I'm not a contrarian for the sake of being a contrarian. I'm really not. I'm just willing to say things that I think are true, whether they're contrarian or not. But I'm not out to be a contrarian for the sake of contrarian. I feel like sometimes I get a bad rap. It's like that Kurt is contrarian. It's like, no, I'm just willing to say what I think, even if it goes against the grain. I just willing to tell you what I think, even if it's not popular. But it'll be really interesting if we get to the end of this, and I'm having to reassess what I think personally. In some sort of unlikely universe, from our current standpoint, in an unlikely universe, although an increasingly possible one, but still unlikely, but in an increasingly possible universe where somehow I wind up, oh yeah, Karen Reed is guilty. That is going to be a very, very interesting scenario for me and my rep in LawTube, my rep with other members of LawTube. That's going to be a very interesting possibility. I'm worried to some degree because I want to be fair-minded regardless of anything. So I want to try to be fair-minded. So I'm worried about this possibility where I wasn't worried about it before. I'm worried about the possibility that not only am I going to reassess like the jury probability, but I'm going to reassess my own internal probabilities, and then like say, oh no, now I can foresee a possible future where I say, oh, I think Karen Reed is guilty, and then like I don't know what that does for anything because people are pretty invested in this. I don't know what that does for me in my community. I don't know what that does for me on my channel. I don't know what that does for me on the rest of LawTube. I am very concerned about this possible future. This is I don't know what to do with this information. We'll see where we go. But so far, I'm very concerned we're heading in that direction. We'll see. Yeah, I'm definitely not there yet. I'm just foreseeing a possibility. I can foresee the possible future, and so I'm concerned about the possible future. Yeah, I am concerned. Just stay with the proof. Try not to be ahead or behind it. Well, I can do both at the same time. I can be like, here's where I am now, and here's where I'm concerned things are going. I have reason to be concerned about where things are going. I have reason to be cautious. I have reasons to be concerned, in my view, about a possible future. Yeah. It will also be interesting if other members of LawTube potentially change their views. For example, Andrea Burkhart, because Andrea Burkhart is a very fair-minded person. And so it would be interesting, for example, if other members of the streaming contingent change their views on these probabilities. We'll see where we go. They have to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt? No, beyond reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is the standard, which is something like 95 to 99% confidence in the ultimate conclusion. Something in that order of magnitude.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, you can continue. The objection's overruled.
Yeah. So if probable cause is 20%, which I think is probably a reasonable number. I've before said probable cause is like 1 out of 10. I think that I've been somewhat underestimating what probable cause is or should be. So if probable cause is 15 or 20%, we have at least. So it's like if we're trying to balance what I think in my own head, right? Well, do we have probable cause? Yes. So therefore, I must, by definition, have at least 20% confidence that she's guilty. I mean, that by definition, that must be true. And so it's like, okay, so if I have at least 20% confidence that she's guilty, and I need to get to 95%, where am I in between those two numbers? Well, I still think on balance, I am less likely than not. So on balance, I'm still below below the 50% threshold. So I'm somewhere between 20 and 50%, but the probability is rising. So let's call it 30%. Let's say I have 30% confidence that she's guilty, and we're heading up. Okay, let's carry on.
Welchure, could you take us to slide 30? Could you zoom in a little bit on the right photograph and the text under the right? Okay. You were explaining to us the time relevance of 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
So 12:23:38 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38.
Based
Where's
on
that
the
12
infotainment clock?
Based on the infotainment clock
And that's from the Lexus.
from the Lexus.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you.
Where's the 12-12? Where's the 12?
12:20.
The 12-12 time is coming from the infotainment system? Is that where the time is coming from? From the infotainment system? If that's where it's coming from, then that makes sense as an anchor. That's going to be like accurate to basically dead on balls accurate. So it should be. So yeah, I mean, okay.
2358 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at point 154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points. So,
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
sure, if you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 12:23:38.8, and compare that to 12:23:58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between
Yeah.
which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what point 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the difference is between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes.
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that?
You need to advance the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 21 to 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're going to need to explain that one to me. First of all, why is there a range? That doesn't make sense. And why are the clocks different? I don't understand. Because cell phones set themselves using the tower, which is dead on balls accurate. Lexus presumably is setting itself using GPS, which is dead on balls accurate. So, first of all, why is there a variance? Second of all, why does the variance change? That's weird. I don't understand. I'm confused.
You can proceed.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162 dash.
Yeah, the tower is synced to a server, not GPS. I understand. The infotainment is GPS. The tower is not based on GPS. I know. I am well aware. Yes, that's true. Yeah, but it's dead on balls accurate because it has to be. So, yeah.
One. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, and we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, that the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where is that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
You'll have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N, that's the ship position. So that's looking we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a three-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn. You're welcome. So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down, and you get down to a speed of approximately 0. 0, shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right, right is negative, and then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering, and so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data, and the steering angle for that Lexus, that's what it indicates.
Okay.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have a text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does our predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welchure, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that three-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. Three-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the three-point turn occurred
I'm
after.
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the three-point turn.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we have the accelerometer data here. I've highlighted a shift from drive to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry,
Again-
you're going to need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely. We have information on the brake switch, brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm going to ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left?
Yep. Okay. So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event, different than the three-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2. So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
And the red number next to it to the right?
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know, obviously, they're within the same mile.
If you can scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during that event?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometer's data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval, then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you can see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welchure, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data, or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you can see,
I'm sorry.
you can still and see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, you know, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased, or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, it's 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire's spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is, it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculated the speed or the position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have zero brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So, again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue, like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welchure.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You
No,
can
I'm
move to
good.
the next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19:7.5, indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
And when you reconcile that variance of 21.29 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John's O'Keefe cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
No, the text stream will only give you a 10-second window,
Okay.
but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that's at 12:32:09, and so we have the text stream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly, Your Honor.
Okay, so why don't we do that, George? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch. And again, Dr. Wilson, you can just follow up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
You are muted.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so far so good. I mean, it's kind of proving things that are not really in dispute with respect to the timeline the state is trying to establish. So, yeah, I mean, fair enough as far as it goes, but it's not proving anything that's disputed, which is interesting. I think the reason they're doing it is to try to build up some credibility for later, right? It's like, well, if he's right about this, which he is, then he must be right about other things, right? It's kind of building a halo effect. We build some credibility, we build some reliability, we build some trustworthiness, and then we sort of drop the hammer where we haven't gone there yet. But that's basically what we're doing. We spent time with his education, we spent time with his training, we spent time with his papers, we spent time with his all that stuff to prove that he's an expert in vehicle collisions with respect to biomedical engineering, with respect to the human body, with respect to side swipes, with respect to Toyotas. I mean, he knows what he's doing. We proved his due diligence. He, all the papers and reports and everything he considered, plus he did his own research and laser maps and photographs and measurements and went under things and we proved his thoroughness basically. And then so far this morning, we've been proving, where Karen Reed was at various times relating to the times in question, which aren't really in dispute. They aren't really in dispute because it's, everyone knows that Karen Reed drove to 34 Fairview at the time in question to drop off John O'Keefe. So no one disputes that, right? So the sort of the thing that we haven't really got into yet is relating to sort of the moment in question. We haven't sort of gotten there yet. And, even assuming she drove in reverse at the moment in question, which, okay, I guess, but that could be a lot of things. And what is the evidence relating to the collision from a biomedical engineering perspective? And he has expertise on side swipes and stuff like that. So he probably has a lot of interesting testimony to offer us, but we haven't gone that far. But so far we've just been building credibility and building, his bona fides and building his reliability so that when we get to the thing that's sort of in dispute, we, a little halo effect and a little, expertise and a little this, a little that, and, it will carry over any sort of problems there are in the conclusion, assuming there are problems to be had, because we don't know. Yeah, because we haven't heard it. We don't know how good it is unto itself. But if there are problems, then we're using a little bit of this credibility building to carry us through, which, pretty good strategy. It's a little dense for, what we're trying to do. It's a little hyper dense because, it's a little, but we're trying to build some credibility momentum to get us to where we need to be for later, assuming we need it. And my lights behind me, oh, that's because my lights flickered. That's why they're acting all weird. Because my lights flickered and it reset the timing. I was like, why are my lights behind me behaving so weird? Because my lights went off because they flickered and it changed all the settings. That's why. So I got to set it back because it's decided to mess with me. Okay, great. So that's all good. Yeah, they haven't proved she hit him, right? So we haven't really gotten to the moment of truth. We haven't even gotten there in the timeline yet. We're so far trying to prove that she was driving towards 34 Fairview and where the car was at various points along the way, which isn't really in dispute. So yeah, we're at the moment we're not even arguing over anything. So also the clock variance is odd. Yeah, I mean, I would think the cell phone would be correct because it should be synced to the tower, and the tower should be correct. So the cell phone should be correct, and the Lexus should be correct because the infotainment system is using GPS, so it should be correct. So why their variant is unclear, and also why the variance changes is also unclear. Clocks don't drift that much, unless something is wrong. But yeah, clocks don't drift that much. Even mechanical clocks don't drift that much. I mean, come on. Even bad mechanical clocks are accurate within 30 seconds a day. Yeah, so at least modern bad clocks are accurate within that time frame. Yeah, so shows like cheap clocks are accurate within 30 seconds a day. It gets better from there. Yeah. Yeah, and if it was off at 1 to 2 seconds and then changed, like why? It shouldn't change. The variance shouldn't change. The only reason the variance would change is the only thing that I can think would make sense for why the variance would change is that the cell phone time was changing. And the only way that makes sense is that as it was shifting from tower to tower, some of the towers were off by like multiple seconds, which really shouldn't be a thing. The cell phone tower should not be off by like multiple seconds. What kind of bullshit is that? So yeah, that should not be a thing. Yeah. The variances doesn't make sense. It also doesn't make sense the cell phone would be off. The only way the cell phone would be off, or the only other explanation is that the syncing with because you can manually turn it off inside the iPhone. You can manually adjust the time. If you go into the settings, you can do it. So the only other reason it would be off is because for some reason he turned off syncing on his cell phone. Why? Why would you go out of your way to do that? Unless you're trying to do something very specific, right? It's like, why would you go out of your way to do that? Yeah. Yeah. Towers use NTP. They should. They should use NTP. This is my point, right? Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, like this doesn't really make sense. The towers should use NTP. They should be basically dead on balls accurate, right? So there's no particular reason to think the tower should be wrong. What kind of bullshit is this? Why would the towers be wrong? Right? What bullshit is this? The towers are wrong. They should be synced to NTP. You're right. They absolutely should be. And they should be dead on balls accurate. So yeah, the only other somehow that didn't happen. Or the cell phone isn't synced because they turned it off manually for some reason. And even if you turned off your cell phone sync, it would still be accurate as a quartz clock is. Because it's still a quartz clock. So it should still be accurate to within 15 seconds a month. Probably a little bit better than that. So yeah. And it shouldn't drift that much. Yeah. None of these things make sense. How does it go from 22 to 29 seconds in the same day? Like, okay, if the phone wasn't synced for like a year, maybe it's like, or I guess you don't need that. Like, if it wasn't synced for 2 weeks, maybe I guess, but like, damn, shit. Yeah, yeah. The cell phones. The cell phone should be dead on balls. The cell phone should be dead on balls accurate. To a couple milliseconds. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe they don't update the time on that particular cell phone tower very often. Probably not. Shannon explained all that. Did he though? Did he explain it? I guess I missed it. Sometimes the cell phone time and your car time is off a little. Okay. Well, is your car time hooked up to GPS? Because not every car necessarily is. So what is your car clock? But if you have infotainment with built-in GPS, which most cars do, but not every car. So if your car doesn't use GPS, then sure, your car clock would drift because it's not synced to anything. So, look at Shannon's chart. Shannon's chart doesn't tell me why. Shannon's chart just has arbitrary numbers. He doesn't tell me why. Yeah, wouldn't the difference be consistent? You would think. Should be. Unless for some reason he's bouncing from tower to tower and the towers are off by multiple seconds somehow in some sort of strange conflagration of events. Yeah, it's not that they're off. It's off like 2 seconds and off by 30 seconds. Yeah, that should not happen. If it's off by 30 seconds, my question is, has it been 2 months? That's my question. Has it been 2 months? If it's been 2 months, then maybe it might be off by 30 seconds. Although probably not, but it might be. Is it a mechanical clock? Some of those cheap movements might be off by 30 seconds a day. Is one clock mechanical and uses a cheap movement? That's 30 seconds a day. Yeah, So like, okay, what are we doing here? Yeah. Yeah. Car time can be set by syncing to the radio station. Sure. Some heads-up units can do that too. Yeah, that's possible. Yep. Which should also be pretty accurate because they also sync their clocks using NTP. Everyone who syncs their clock using NTP because, yeah, obviously. So the clock on any two computers should be accurate within, a couple seconds at max. Lexus clock is a stopwatch from ignition. It doesn't display time. So why are they constantly trying to sync to an iPhone clock that records time? Your pocket watch from the 1910s? Okay, there you go. Some town managed to be built to standard of a maximum variance of 30 seconds per weekly check required by law. Yeah. I mean, the chronographs that were we've talked about this before. The most accurate clocks in the world for a while were American because America passed a law. I don't remember what the law was exactly, but America passed a law that required railroads to use watches that had a certain accuracy because there were a couple notable train accidents because two conductors had two different watches that ran at two different times. And that's a problem, right? That's bad, right? If the one train is leaving at 9:20 and the second train is arriving at 9:22, well, that's not a problem as long as both conductors have the same time. But, not so much. So, at the watches were not. So, there were some notable accidents because different conductors had different watches. Right. So, first of all, they had to invent time zones because of the train, as I'm sure some of you know. And then it got really weird for a while. As some of you might know the history of time. It got really weird for a while. There was train time, there was town time, and I think for a while there was like even a third time. Like there were like 3 different clocks that were running during periods of the train. It was a weird thing for a while. So that was another problem. Not only did the two watches have to be the same, but they had to be set to the same time reference. And for a while there were like 3 different time references. That was fun. So Congress at one point passed a law basically requiring pocket watches to have a particular accuracy because of this bullshit. So Congress is like, well, we have the ability to regulate interstate commerce, trains are interstate commerce. So we're requiring all trains to, have a pocket watch that is so and so accurate. And the train companies were like, and the watch companies were like, there is no watch that's accurate, Congress. There is no watch that accurate. It doesn't exist. And Congress is like, here's a big pile of money, make me one. And so they did. The big pile of money was very convincing. Like, there is no such watch. Here's a big pile of money, no problem, I'll make you one. So they did. So then American pocket watches were the most accurate in the world for quite a while because, well, they had to be because of, the aforementioned train accidents. So yes. So yeah, they were very expensive, particularly at the time. They were very expensive, but well, we needed that level of accuracy because of the aforementioned train accidents. So it's like, yeah, we're just going to mandate it, and then it was. So yay. So hooray for America. And then we invented time zones because to deal with some of this bullshit. And the rest is history, as they say. So good times. Yeah, it's a pretty cool little history. And so American pocket watches to these days are still valued by collectors because of this reason. Like, American pocket watches were the most accurate watches in the world by far. It wasn't even close. So our legacy of stuff was, great. If I look up I can see the requirements. I'm sure I can. Yeah, what were the commissions? Let's look at the 1893 General Railroad Timepiece Commissions. This will be fun. What were the requirements in 1893? Holy shit! This is actually interesting. It's interesting to me. So 30 seconds a week. Holy shit! That's pretty good for a mechanical watch in 1893. Holy shit! Yeah, that's pretty good shit, man. Yeah. Okay. In 1893, the General Railroad Timepiece Standards Commission established guidelines for watches. Not so much guidelines as law, I believe, at this point. The guidelines, often referred to as General Railroad Timepiece, include a specification for open-face watches, a minimum 17 joules, that's a lot, an adjustment to 5 positions, which is also pretty anal, open-face design, an accuracy of 30 seconds a week. Holy shit. In 1893, shit, dude, that's pretty good. 30 seconds a week, what is that divided by 7? That's 4 seconds a day? Yeah, 7 times 4 is 28, right? Yeah, still, yeah. So that's 4 seconds a day? That's COSC. In fact, it's better than COSC. That's METIS. Plus or minus 2 seconds a day? In 1893? That's unbelievable. That's like 2 seconds a day is METIS standard. That's yeah, like a chronometer. If you get like an officially regulated Swiss chronometer, it's accurate to about 10 seconds a day. The METIS, I think, is 4 seconds a day, plus or minus 2 seconds, I think. So yeah, that's METIS. In 1893, we are kicking ass. That's what's going on. We are just absolutely destroying the world in 1893. Swiss time wouldn't be that accurate for another 100 years. Holy shit. So yeah, that's pretty amazing. That's unbelievable. Yeah. Until World War I, men didn't wear wristwatches. Yep, that's true. Yeah, wristwatches were, like most jewelry, originally for women. Men weren't really into watches. Men got into watches because they were used in the military, for obvious reasons. And then, of course, they sort of caught on from there. Also, why men have short haircuts was because of the military and the conscriptions from World War I and World War II. So yeah. So yeah, a lot of interesting history there. I like time. I like the history of timekeeping. I find it interesting. It's all interesting. You know, the reason like why the first portable clocks were invented was for commerce, right? So that you could determine which is it. I can never remember. Is it latitude or longitude? Because one of them you can determine like from the stars, and the other ones is based on time. So the first portable watches were invented because of ships, so they could have a vague idea of where they were in the world based on the time. I find that kind of thing, you know, it's like necessity is the mother of invention. I think that's cool. And then redefining the second, including to its current definition, which is something like 9 billion oscillations of the cesium atom of whatever, a certain charge state, blah, 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 which that has an accuracy of something like 1 second over the course of, I forget, it's a lot, like 100,000 years or something. It might be more. It's a lot. Time is fun. But like when you sort of do it as a percentage, it's actually even more interesting than that. Because even a wristwatch that's off by 30 seconds a day is still very accurate because there's 86,000 seconds in a day. I mean, by a percentage, right? So it's like, what is that? 90, yeah, what is that? 30 out of 30 divided by 86,400. So that's 99.99997% accurate. It's pretty good. But we can do better. We have the technology. Yeah, a minute every 2 days. Yeah. Well, I mean the cheap movements. I mean, yeah. Then you get into COSC, which is -4 to +6, I think, and then you get Metis, which I think is, forget if it's -2 to +2. It might be, but yeah, like those are like the most accurate mechanical watches are like Metis. Although there are some that are more accurate than that, but not really. And then, of course, quartz. Cheap quartz is accurate to 15 seconds a month. That's cheap quartz. And then it gets better from there. And then, of course, time is now regulated in the US by NIST and USNO, depending on whether it's military or civilian. So, because we have 2 master clocks. I don't know why. I don't know why we need a master clock for the civilian and a master clock for the military. I don't know why we need 2 master clocks. But apparently, someone decided we needed 2 master clocks, so we've got 2 master clocks, one in Colorado and one in DC. Exciting. Did we gain or lose days? You mean when you shifted calendars? You lost about 10 days when they changed the calendar from the Julian to the Gregorian or the other way around. They lost like 10 days in the shift. Yeah. in like the 1400s when they changed the calendars. They lost 10. They skipped 2 weeks or something. They skipped 10 days, something like that. Yeah, in calendar shift. What happened with the atomic clock? What do you mean? They're both atomic clocks at NIST and USNO. We've got 2 of them. Of course, I'm still on team, let's do 13 months of 28 days. But trying to convince everyone to reset the calendar is going to be problematic. But yeah, we can do it, right? We're yeah. It's like, yeah, we just have 13 months at 28 days. That's 364. So then, the first of every month can always be on a Sunday. So the first of every single month will be on a Sunday. Every single month will be exactly 28 days long. We have 13 times 28. That means that you have 364 days. So then you just have a bonus day. You just have a bonus day every year, which belongs to no month and no day of the week. So that you can, and then leap years, you have a second bonus day that belongs to no month and no day of the week. It's just a freebie to reset the calendar, and then you go back to having, the first always be on a Sunday. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. "13 is an odd number." It is an odd number. That's true. Does that bother you that it's an odd number? I guess the people with the fear of 13 won't be happy. Also, it means that every 13th is the Friday the 13th. So for the Friday the 13th people, every month is Friday the 13th now in the new exciting calendar. So there's that. I guess if it happens every single month, you'll get over it, though. Let's go with that premise. So, it's hard to subdivide. Fair. Yeah, I mean, base 13 is not as pretty as base 12. That's true. Well, yeah. 13 months to 28 days, we'd lose an hour over a decade. No, it's fine. You'd have the same amount of days in the year. You just have a bonus day now. So yeah, it's the same. You wouldn't lose any time. You just have bonus day to make the calendar all pretty. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. Yeah, New Year's Day, for example. Yeah, New Year's Day now. Well, there's a lot of days you could do. You could do New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve is now a day. Yeah, I mean, it's a day of debauchery anyway. Why not go broke, right? New Year's Eve is now a day that belongs to no day of the month and no day of the week. It's a freebie. It's the purge day, lol. Right? So you just solves many problems. Also, while we're at it, we can rename the months of the year so they're correct. That would be nice. So while we're at it, we can rename the month so they're right. So October will now be the 8th month of the year again. So yeah, we need to move some months around in the year as long as we're doing this. So yeah, October is now the 8th month of the year. November is the 9th. December is the 10th month of the year. So yeah, we need September is the 7th month of the year. So yeah, we need to move some months around in the calendar. You still have a birthday. You still have a birthday if you're born on New Year's Eve. It's still a day. It's just not a day that belongs to a day of the week or a month of the year. It still occurs. So if you're born on New Year's Eve, you're still born on New Year's Eve. It's still a day. It just is not a day of the week. Nor is it a part of the month of the year. So if you ask what month you were born, there's no, it's now a nonsensical question. I wasn't born during a month of the year. So it's fine. It's totally fine. Wait, what? What about this is confusing? It's still a day. It's a bonus day. It's a day that doesn't belong to any month or day of the week. Okay? So you go from Saturday, December 28th to New Year's Eve to Sunday, January 1st. So what about that's confusing? Saturday, December 28th turns into New Year's Eve, turns into Sunday, January 1st. What about this is confusing? It's perfectly fine. What are you not getting? This is great. It's a great plan. Yeah. 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 It's perfect. It's fine. Plus on the bone, plus you now no longer have to like have a different calendar every year. Now you just need a different calendar every 4 years for daylight for leap year. So you can use the same calendar. So now there's only 2 calendars, as opposed to our current one where we have what, 24 calendars? Yeah, see, this is too many calendars. Yeah, this is. Wait. No, it's 14 calendars. Sorry. Yeah, we currently have 14 calendars. Yeah. I think. I think we have 14 calendars. And yeah. And so now we'd only have 2 calendars. So I've radically reduced the number of calendars. So now you just need a calendar for leap years and one for non-leap years. So you can reuse the same calendar most of the time. So you can just reuse it. It'll be great. Yeah, that's fine. No, it's 14 calendars, not 28 because of leap year. Because under our current calendar, January 1st can start one of 7 days. There's only 7 options. So that's 7, right? Yeah. So yeah, it's 14. So yeah, for non-leap years, January 1st can only occur one of 7 days. So that's 7. And then you throw in a leap year, and that's now 14, because it can still start one of 7 days, but now you have leap year, so that's now 14. So there are 14 calendars under our current system. Yeah, 14 is the number. I've gotten it down to 2. So that's exciting. You could also do a leap week, but I don't know if that's more or less confusing. If you just had bonus day. Is that, yeah, you could also hypothetically solve this problem by having bonus week that now doesn't belong to any month of the year. So I don't know if that's more or less, I don't know, but that would also work. So every 7 years now, because you're losing a day every year. So every 7 years now, you need to have a leap week. I don't know if that's a good plan, but yeah. Okay. I mean, you would have more calendar drift this way. Yeah. So, yeah. No, just no. Yeah, I don't know about this plan. The other thing you could do, oh God, what would that actually look like? If you smeared out the day across the calendar? Oh God. Yeah, you could do that too. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Okay, so the other thing you could do, holy shit. The other thing you could do is you could smear out the bonus day throughout the entire year. So now you need to basically make every day now effectively what? 1/365th longer than it was before. Although at this point you're redefining a day, and that's a problem because a day is based on how long it takes the Earth to rotate around its axis, and now it's not. And now you're not doing that anymore. So I don't know that that's a solution to this problem, but it would technically work. Although 1/365th of a day is actually a fair amount of time. I'm not sure what that is, but that's actually quite a lot of time. That's several minutes, I think. Yeah, that's actually a lot of time. That's a bad plan. Let's not smear out the day. Let's not do that. That's first of all, we're redefining what a day is, and second of all, no. Let's just not do that. That's a bad solution. Yeah, we do it with UTC with leap seconds. I know. But yeah, you're smearing out 1 second over the course of a day. Yeah, that's where I got the idea. It's like we smear out the second over the course of a day. So yeah, with leap second, one of the solutions is you just smear it out over the day. But that's not a problem because you're smearing out a second over the course of 86,400 seconds. So, you're not really going to notice because you just have to make every second like 1/86,400th longer than it was before. So that's a lot more tolerable than my stupid plan of smearing out an entire day over the course because you now have to make every day 1/365th longer. That's a dumb plan. Let's not do that. 4 minutes a day? Yeah, this is a stupid plan. Let's not do this. Yeah, extra 236 seconds a day. That's a lot of time to smear out. That's a lot of time. You're going to notice that. Let's not do that. That's a dumb idea. Let's not do that solution. I'm going back to bonus day. It would render all the existing watches useless. Well, the ones that have calendar complications. But hey, that's just a new opportunity for the watch industry to come up with new watches. So you have legacy watches, which will, be valuable because they're rare now, and you have new watches that, yeah. So exciting. And you only have to adjust your watch once a year for the day. I mean, with a standard you can still do like perpetual calendars and stuff, but now you only have to adjust it once a year for bonus day. So yeah, the watch can just do 1 to 28, and and then once a year you'll have to readjust it, and also mentally remember that it's not a day, so it doesn't get a number. This is not a day of the month, bonus day, so it doesn't get a number. If you redefine the definition of a second, well, the smearing thing is something that some people do for leap seconds because they do it with computers. It's because it's because computers aren't really built to have 61 seconds in a minute. So it's like, well, how do you solve this problem? It's like, well, you either repeat a second, which isn't great because you don't want to just do the same second twice because that's not great for accounting. So one of the solutions to the leap second problem, because computers aren't really built to have 61 seconds in a minute, one of the solutions is you smear out the second over the course of the day and you write the whole thing off. I think that's what Google does. Google smears out the second over the course of the day, which, pretty much works. So that works. So so it'll be, ever so slightly off, but it's fine. It's fine. If you want to count days, how's bogus day counted the same as before? It's still a day. So it counts as a day. It's just not a day of the month. So if you want to know how many days it's been, it still counts as a day. It just doesn't have a day of the month. And it doesn't belong to a month. But still a day for the counting of how many days it's been. Yeah. Time is a man-made construct. This is fair, yes. Well, it's partially a man-made construct, although not completely, because the concept of a year is not man-made, although we could call it something different, but fundamentally it's not man-made because a year is how long it takes the Earth to go around the sun, which, is not up to us. And a day is how long it takes for the Earth to revolve around its own axis, which is also not up to us. So days and years are not man-made constructs. They are natural constructs. Everything else, though, is made up. Also, seasons aren't really, man-made. So to the extent you want the calendar to make sense relative to seasons, that's also a constraint. But, yeah. But weeks are made up. How long a second is made up. I mean, a second is just an arbitrary amount of time. So you could, because how long a minute is, and how long an hour is arbitrary. You could have any arbitrary amount of hours in a day. You could have any arbitrary number of minutes in an hour. You could have any arbitrary number of seconds inside a minute. You could pick anything. Yeah, you could do that. A week is arbitrary. A week could be any length of time you want. The people who try to do metric time are certainly well aware of this. The metric time thing didn't catch on, but they tried with base 10 stuff. So yeah. If you want arbitrary, look at the international date line. Fair. Yeah, time zones in general yeah, are somewhat arbitrary. I mean, where a day starts is arbitrary. Greenwich Mean Time is arbitrary. There's no particular reason it's there. I mean, just pick, any longitude would be equally good. Just an arbitrary reference point from which to start measuring. Could be anywhere. Let's abolish time zones and use UTC. Well, that's certainly a idea. I mean, that would work, although it would be, I mean, you'd have to, it would be a little weird, with this. It would mean that, of course, I mean, time zones are theoretically tied to like when noon is, which is theoretically tied to when the sun is, at its apex, and so now noon is just, it has nothing to do with the sun position, because I mean, yeah. So the only time that the sun would be directly overhead would be presumably now GMT. So nice if you live there. Not so nice if you live anywhere else, I guess. Noon on the other side of the earth would be the exact opposite of that, right? It's like it would be the most dark. So it's a strange definition of noon. And midnight would be broad daylight, which is odd, but okay. So yeah, you could do one time zone. I'm not sure how useful it would be, but you could do it. Only one time a year? Well, no. You could have it be directly overhead. I think it would be directly overhead every day. Yeah, because it should be. Yeah, it should be directly overhead every single day because it's one rotation of the sun, or one rotation of the earth, rather. So it should be directly overhead every single day at noon. every single time. Yeah, it would have to be, because that's what a day is by definition. So the sun would be directly overhead at noon every single day. Yay. If you happen to be on that line. Nice. Not direct? It should be. It should be. Why not? In this world where we have one time zone, and noon is by definition when the sun's at its apex, and a day is how long it takes the Earth to rotate around its axis, then why wouldn't it be exact every single day? At the exact same time, it should be. If we've defined a day correctly, it should be exactly the same every single day. The sun should be exactly overhead every single day. Why wouldn't it be? Did we not define a day correctly? It should be. What's wrong in this equation? At its highest point, not directly overhead? To the extent there's a difference between those two things, then okay. Yeah, if there's a difference between at its highest point versus directly overhead, then okay. Are those different things? At its highest point versus directly overhead? I thought those were the same thing. Are those different things? That's why we have leap year? No. No. The reason we have leap year is because the amount of time it takes to rotate around the sun has nothing to do with how long it takes the Earth to rotate around its axis. The number of days does not fit neatly into a year. Oh, so your thinking is because yeah. No, wait. I've now confused myself. I've confused myself. Wait a second. So you're right. So something is going to give here. So, well, no, you have leap year to account for the loss of for the difference in the rotation. Yeah, no, it'll be fine. So leap year is to account for the fact that of how long it takes the Earth to revolve around the sun, which is completely disconnected from how long it takes the Earth to revolve around its own axis. So as long as you define a day correctly, the sun will be overhead exactly, or its highest point, to the extent there's a difference, it'll be directly overhead every single day. And then like what's off is the Earth's position relative to the sun, because it still needs more time to complete its revolution. So that's the thing that's off, not the day itself. So yeah, you still have leap years to account for that, but every single day the sun should be directly overhead if you've defined it correctly. Right? Yeah, because the fact of how long it takes the Earth to revolve around the sun has nothing to do with how long it takes the Earth to revolve around its own axis. They're completely disconnected. They have nothing to do with each other. So a day is how long it takes the Earth to revolve around its own axis. So the sun will be directly overhead every single day. It's just that where the Earth is relative to its cycle is going to be off, but not the day itself. The day is fine. The day is not doing anything wrong. Yeah, I think I'm right. Yeah, I think I'm right. Yeah, so the sun should be directly overhead every single day at noon, if you've defined the day correctly. The problem is the day is disconnected from a year. That's the problem, because the Earth's rotation around the sun is not conveniently based on that. Not that it should be. There's no particular reason they'd be connected. They're completely independent. I mean, theoretically, the Earth could not revolve around its axis at all, and then there would be no such things as things as a day. There'd still be such a thing as a year, right? I mean, eventually the Earth will no longer rotate around its own axis because it will be tidally locked, right? Eventually, although the sun might swallow the Earth first. So eventually, although the sun might swallow the Earth, but eventually the Earth will be tidally locked, and there will be no such thing as a day, but years will continue to exist. Assuming the Earth still exists, but I'd have to double check on that one. So, yeah. Like, yeah, because what would happen to the Earth is exactly what happened to the Moon. The Earth will become tidally locked to the Sun eventually. So the days will no longer exist. That's very sad. So there's that problem. I forgot about the Southern Hemisphere. No. As long as you can see the sun, it should be directly overhead. Right? I mean, if the sun is directly overhead at one point in its longitude, it's directly overhead everywhere at that point in longitude, is it not? Regardless of whether you're in the northern southern hemisphere, right? Assuming you can see the sun at all. Assuming you can see the sun, because, depending on where you are in the, orbit, you might not be able to see the sun depending on where you are. But assuming you can see the sun, it'll be directly overhead, would it not? I'm wrong? Am I? They're opposite? No. You're talking about when it's daytime. If the sun is directly overhead in, say, London at noon, okay, because we've just defined it that way, or Greenwich, whatever. If the sun is directly overhead at Greenwich at noon, then it'll be directly overhead everywhere on that entire longitude, assuming you can see the sun, would it not? No? Latitude? Latitude. No. Latitude is the horizontal one. Longitude. I was right the first time. Longitude. I'm right. Latitude is the horizontal one. Longitude is the vertical one. Longitude. It should be directly overhead at every single point in that longitude, would it not? The sun is never directly overhead in anywhere outside the tropics? Okay. So I understand what you mean now. So, okay, I understand the distinction you're making between highest point and directly overhead. Fair enough. Okay. So I get it, because you're dealing with the tilt of the Earth and what is directly overhead or not. You're right. Okay, fair enough. So now I understand the distinction. You're correct. So it would be more correct to say at its highest point, not directly overhead. You're right, because so you're correct. There is a distinction between highest point and directly overhead. So not directly overhead, but at its highest point. So if it is at its highest point in Greenwich at noon, it'll be at its highest point everywhere on that longitude. That would be correct. Right? At its apex. Yeah, at its apex. So if it's at its apex at noon at Greenwich, then it will be at its apex everywhere on that longitude. Assuming you can see the sun. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, great. And that would be true every single day, because now we have one time zone. So Greenwich is now arbitrarily noon. Noon is when it's at its highest point, at its apex. And so it will be at its highest point every single day at noon, at Greenwich, and everywhere else on that longitude. And that's correct. Great. Excellent. All right. I'm glad we resolved that problem. I'm glad we spent all that time resolving that problem. That was definitely worthwhile for this completely hypothetical thing. Great. Excellent. Glad we solved that problem. Yeah. Fantastic. Noon isn't always where the sun is at its highest point. It is now. See, that's the thing, because we just, yeah, that's the genius of this plan, right? This whole entire discussion is predicated on the fact that we have now one time zone. That is the entire predicate of this discussion, and this time zone is arbitrarily at Greenwich, because why not? That's the entire predicate of this discussion. So yes, it will always be at noon, at Greenwich. It will always be at its apex at Greenwich and everywhere else on the longitude every single day. And also, noon will be very dark on the other side of the earth. So that will be sad for the other people on the other side of the earth. It will be anti-noon at noon. And midnight will be now when it will be at the highest point in the sky if you're on the other side of the earth. So that's sad. So now for you at the other side of the earth, midnight is when the sun is at its apex, which is sad. But, that is the consequence of doing one time zone. I'm glad we spent all this time debating this hypothetical world that we've created. That's fun and exciting. This is the high quality chat you come for at Uncivil Law. What if we had one time zone? Great. Glad we spent all that time on that. I also like the fact that chat spent all that time differentiating between highest point and directly overhead. Not that chat wasn't wrong, but I appreciate that chat spent all that time for technically correct is the best kind of correct. Yes, let's differentiate between directly overhead and at its apex. That was definitely worthwhile. Thanks. Glad we spent all that time on that. That was fantastic. Whoa. Of course, again, we do have to eventually account in this wonderful system we've created. We do have to eventually account for the fact that the Earth's rotation itself will slow down. So I'm not sure how we're accounting for that. And also, when the Earth stops rotating, well, we might have to move where the line is, unless we just want to be permanently wrong. So, this is really important. This is incredibly important. Maybe we need to figure out in advance when the Earth stops rotating where the sun will be relative to the Earth, so we can make that the new GMT line. I mean, as long as we're going to pick a line on the Earth, let's pick the line so that when the Earth stops rotating around its axis, that the sun will be at its apex at the new GMT line every single day once the Earth stops rotating, assuming the Earth continues to survive at this point. Yeah, so we might have to do some math to recalculate where the new GMT line is in our singular time zone system. That's exciting. I'm actually not sure that we have the technical ability to calculate that with enough precision. So we might have to figure it out as we go. What do we do when the Earth stops rotating? Do we still pretend there's days? Or is it just now permanently noon? Or what do we do when the Earth stops rotating? Is it permanently noon now wherever the new noon line is? Are we just pretending? What do we do when the Earth stops rotating? How do we solve that problem? Anyone got any ideas? The court's back? Oh.
And if we can start from left to right.
Oh, well, okay. Sorry. We got all excited on the time debate. That was time well spent, you and I in chat. Who cares about court? We have to figure out where the new hypothetical noon line is going to be in this world with one time zone when the Earth stops rotating. That's really key. And then we have to decide whether or not we still have a concept like noon because the Earth stopped rotating. Do we still have hours and shit? What do we do then? I don't know. These are the critical questions that haunt us.
Dr. Welchure, when we left off, you had given us your opinion on this slide. Could we proceed to slide 35, please?
Slide 35?
I believe the next slide is 35.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when we look at this slide, I'm going to ask you to zoom in, and if we can start from left to right, and we can identify each category as you discuss it and explain to us the importance of the columns.
So we already touched on this.
Also, does friction over time change the definition of a year? It probably does. Yeah. Also, as the sun is expanding, does that change the definition of a year? I have follow-up questions. Is the year itself also in jeopardy because of friction? Or how does that work? We got to figure out what we're doing with years now. Okay, yep, that's fine, no problem.
From left to right, the first column is the continuous running clock. Second column is where I converted it to minute and seconds. You can see we're on trigger 1162.2. This is the second trigger. The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change. For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse. And then I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel's slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application, increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less, so that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I use to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
You see in the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
And the accelerators is, if fair to say, is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How would you characterize 74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5 and then back to 74. Why is the RPM higher than above?
So there's, again, this data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're reporting it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There frequently is a delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. It takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the text stream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we've taken into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response of the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So Each one of these little hash marks, a different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said, it initially pulled forward, then backed up, past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance. So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward. And then it accelerated in reverse, past its initial starting position, and came to rest right there.
Doctor, when you say it came to rest there, do you have data that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. I misspoke. That's where the tech stream data ends. As you can see here, it's still going. It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to. Please.
So again, as I mentioned, the tech stream's taking a window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute, and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started, or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 30, 5, forward. And then I'll go 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 3 back for a total of 87 feet. So from the maximum point it pulled forward to where it backed up, again, that was 34 feet forward, then a total of 53 back, total travel distance of 87 feet. So went all the way forward where it stopped, it then backed up 87 feet. And when the tech stream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour, and you're still at 74% throttle and 3,300 revolutions per minute on the tachometer, RPM gauge.
We could turn the light on for a moment. Dr. Welchure, in your analysis of the data and the information you acquired and the evidence that you relied upon, did you come to some conclusions and opinions regarding the defendant's Lexus that evening?
I did.
As part of that opinion, you mentioned that you considered mileage to map distances as one way of mapping the location of the vehicle. Do you remember that?
I do.
If you could provide us with slide I believe it's slide 25. And could you widen the left-handed box a little bit? And you mentioned you measured or you ran information about distances between different routes?
Correct.
Specifically regarding Fairview to Meadows, the first box. Do you see that?
I do.
There are 3 different mileage numbers.
Yes.
And then there's streets to the left. Can you explain what's set out in that box?
Sure. It's basically 3 different routes you can go. Sherman Street, Pleasant Street, Washington, and Sherman Street.
When you considered the shortest route, 2.3 miles on Sherman Street, did you attempt to determine how long it would take to travel 2.3 miles, how fast the car would have to be moving or how slowly it would have to be moving to travel 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
So to go 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you would need an average speed of 32.47 miles an hour.
What if you took the longest route, 2.8 miles, and you considered 2.8 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds? Did you make a determination?
I did.
Could you share that with the jury?
It's 39.5 miles per hour.
Is that what the average speed of the Lexus would need to be to travel that distance in that
Correct.
time? Now, turning to your study of these tech stream events, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, how many triggering events occurred? How many triggering events occurred in that ignition cycle 1162?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
In 1162, the tech stream recorded 2 triggering events.
And do you have an opinion as to the type of triggering event, the type of movement of the defendant's Lexus in those 2 triggering events?
I do.
Regarding the first triggering event, 1162-1, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, what type of event the first triggering event was?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
The actual trigger was excessive rearward acceleration. The event was during the course of a 3-point turn.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between triggering event 1 and triggering event 2 in that cycle 1162?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between those 2 triggering events?
Approximately 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the type and triggering event of the second event, 1162-2?
I do.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the type of event to that second triggering event?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's, again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact, or rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
I
So
appreciate that.
get the answer again.
Would you like me to ask the question again, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lessie, yes, right. I'll strike the previous answer. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Okay. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the nature of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
Just for the record, Your Honor.
Yep.
Yes.
Could you share your opinion with the jury?
The triggering event was high throttle opening in a transition to reverse. It's a forward motion followed by a higher speed rear motion. And at the end of the trigger event, you're still at 74% throttle.
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the entire distance captured in that 10-second window during the back maneuver, or 1162-2?
Do I have an opinion about it?
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, about
Yes.
the entire distance that is captured in that 10-second window of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
So it obviously only captures what's going on during the trigger. It doesn't capture before or after the trigger.
Understood. Do you have an opinion as to just what is captured as far as the distance?
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
That it's 87 feet. So again, the initial forward motion is 34 feet, followed by it backing, crossing the initial point, and then backing up an additional 53 feet.
And finally, regarding this part of your analysis, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to whether the defendant's Lexus was decelerating, accelerating, or remaining the same at the end of that data captured at the triggering event 1162-2?
It was accelerating at 74% throttle.
In addition to your analysis of the text stream data, one final question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the relative time this backing maneuver occurred with the defendant's Lexus that you just spoke about?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
Sure. It matches the window of the cell phone data for Mr. O'Keefe that puts it in front of 34 Fairview. So the backing event occurred somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
So I now want to turn to a different part of your study of this case.
Okay.
At some point, did you try to...
I mean, that's pretty critical, right, for the prosecution. I mean, to establish the idea that the car was in reverse at this critical time period, right? Because that's the state's theory of the case. I mean, exactly, that she was in reverse. So that piece of testimony that just happened was pretty consequential for the state, that she was in reverse at the relevant time period. Okay. So, like, all right, what's next?
Determine whether there was an intervening event that could have caused damage to the defendant's right rear taillight separate from a collision at Fairview.
I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the form of the question, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. At some point, when you looked at the data and analyzed this case, did you consider including or excluding evidence, or did you analyze evidence to reach a conclusion, including or excluding whether there was an intervening event that caused damage to the defendant's Lexus right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
When you started your analysis, what information or claim or evidence did you become aware of that you want to analyze to include or exclude as the cause of that damage?
Sure. So my approach to this case is three prongs. I'm looking at the downloads, the technical information. I'm looking at this backing incident, and then I'm looking at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and how they relate to the event, potentially. So the second prong, which is looking at this data. So I had a Ring doorbell video showing Miss Reed backing the Lexus out of Mr. O'Keefe's residence at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. And so we wanted to look at the backing activity and whether that contacting Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, whether that was sufficient to cause, or what damage it could cause, and particularly was it sufficient to cause damage to the right rear taillight of the Lexus.
When you were asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Was there ever any influence other than the data and facts on your analysis?
There's never been any influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data shows.
When you engaged in whatever studies you undertook that you'll explain to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I give you the results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
Okay. And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity to review the Ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29, 2022?
Yes.
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began, and the steps you took, please.
Sure. Probably be best on the slides. So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus. What does exemplar mean? It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss Reed's vehicle is on the left-hand side. taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured at the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas plate. Purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California. So I verified that the Lexus is in fact the one I got, the same exact one as Miss Reed's. These are all the standard equipment. Miss Reed's is on the left. My exemplar is on the right. It says Reed Lexus TIS, that's Toyota Information Services, or Toyota Information System. So I ran it through TIS, which is the umbrella program under which TechStream runs. I also ran it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website, and then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a photogrammatic, help me with the word, photogrammetry?
Photogrammatic. We're doing photogrammetry is a photogrammetric analysis.
What does that mean?
That's a good question.
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data in photographs, and what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images, say you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs and some of the dimensions of things in the image, get or convert it to a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get exact three-dimensional measurements out of that two-dimensional image. So,
Photogrammatic? Like grammar? What? Okay. All right. Fair enough, I guess. All right. All right.
I had the video, just to show the provided video that I was given. So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
What is the grammar of photos? What is the order of nouns, verbs, and adjectives in photos? Photos reveal truths. They do. I have follow-up questions.
I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles. So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate, which is how many video frames are played per second. Your normal kind of video camera has about 30 frames per second. Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know,
24.
a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second. The frame rate of the camera, how many images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast, so it looks like motion.
Thanks.
And so determining...
He's revealing the truth of how movies work. Oh no. Oh no, it's just a series of photographs played really fast. Oh no, he's giving away all the secrets.
The time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed. So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called AMP5. We got 19 frames a second. This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Another program, Media Info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources, we're getting 19.8 frames a second. So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time. So we have some information now on the time between each frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it. Here's frame 305. Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on. Now they all go off. So the Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. Actually, brake lights begin to come on. 357, they're back on. Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369.
Nice.
384, the reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the tracks in the snow. So we have very definitive locations for the wheels of the Lexus.
Yeah, sure, I guess.
We lay over a grid on the various frames.
So the snow is not only thick enough to track a cat, it's thick enough to track a Lexus. Cool. All right. But the meteorologist didn't tell us that part. We need the PhD to tell us that it's thick enough to track the Lexus. Okay.
So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle, and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color. So you get a little cleaner, crisper image. So here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before clarification, after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Could we get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth? Sure. Which one is that?
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. We're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these two spots. Spots right across from here and right across from here. You could focus your attention on those. Slide 77. So slide 78. To bring us all together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner.
Very fancy, fancy.
Here.
Laser scanner.
Laser scanner is right here. Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed a slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, but we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera. It's the same container for the MP4, and it's using the same video codec. A video codec is how the computer encodes the video.
Slide number, please.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80, you can see these are what are called control points. So from the laser scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do.
What exactly are you trying to 3D scan here? You're trying to 3D scan a driveway? Why? I mean, I don't, is there a technical reason that we're doing this, or are we just trying to dumb people down with science? Or we're just trying to do basically dummy mode? We're just trying to overwhelm you with like data for the sake of overwhelming you to make you think that like there's more there, right? We're using excess data to try to, just basically make your mind shut off. Techno babble, basically, at this point, is basically what we're doing. Is there a reason we're 3D mapping a driveway? Let me give you a hint. It's going to be mostly flat. Is there a reason we need to know more than that for some point of the exercise? I don't know. Okay, we're mapping a driveway now for some reason. I'm not sure. Okay, carry on.
Is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, excuse me, slide 81 second.
And also, incidentally, just how much did this cost the taxpayers of this state? I'm guessing it wasn't cheap. Okay.
In part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely any difference, and that's because what we've done is we've now overlaid the points from the laser scan. So now each one of these little speckly points, we know the exact 3D coordinates of those.
Okay.
So we can now know the exact position of all these fence posts, all the positions on the driveway, and we can use that to calibrate. Going to slide.
Is it mostly a plane?
82.
Is it,
so using that information.
Is it within a rounding error a plane? Because it looks like a lot like a plane. Okay.
It's called solving for the camera. We verify that we have appropriate residuals, meaning we don't have too much error. Slide 83. Okay, subject video. Then this is the subject video with the control points overlaid on it.
Okay.
That's the subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84.
Okay. Why?
So this is both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video.
Okay.
And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data.
I believe you.
So, for example,
I believe you.
If you say watch one of these fence post points up here while I toggle between.
I believe you. I believe you. It's a very good simulation of a driveway.
There's a laser scan. There's the video.
Okay.
So we've done a good job. Again, the residuals show that we've done an adequate job of matching the data. Slide 85.
She blinded me with science. Oh, science.
So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car. And remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it? So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video.
Okay. Fine.
So this is the video image.
This is a lot of.
That's a laser scan laid on top of it.
This is a lot of effort to animate this precisely. I mean, I guess, but why are we going through this level of effort to animate this? I mean, okay. All right, fine. All right. What are we trying to show here exactly? What are we doing?
So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this.
Okay.
We have the tire tracks. We can create and take data points along the tire tracks.
Okay.
Create a map of those.
Oh, Lord, why?
So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling.
Anytime you want to tell me why I care will be great.
Pulling forward. towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here.
You did the
pulling
bestest
forward like
modeling of the driveway. It was
Line 88.
super bestest modeling. I believe you. Why do I
So
care?
This is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. So this would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88, showing that we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus.
Okay.
So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus.
Is this all trying to? Is this all driving trying to prove that the tail light could not have been cracked by this collision? That's the only way that this makes sense. This is all driving to, we can simulate this with enough accuracy to essentially prove that the tail light did not get damaged from this. That's what this is trying to show, right? Otherwise, I don't know why we're spending all this time on setup. They're trying to convince me that they can show that the tail light was not damaged as a result of this collision. Okay. I mean, all right, sell me, I guess. Let's see. All right.
We've overlaid the laser scan of the Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet, and we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene. So now what that allows us to do, we now know the position of everything in there. And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Miss Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks.
Slide over, please.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. Slide 89, and then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89, how the tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was. From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the...
I mean, I'm not an expert, but that does look a lot like the corner of the Lexus is being driven into the back of this SUV. Kind of like where the taillight area is. I mean, it does seem a lot like a focal point to me. So what are we trying to show again? Okay. Carry on.
Scene, we have the two vehicles. We can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that Lexus stopped, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle.
Sure.
We can get the degree of overlap, the
Okay.
impact configuration. And it's hard to see because of the angles and because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other. The exact contact.
Okay.
Now, I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear of the Chevy Traverse. So you can see we actually, and you can't see, so we took a whole bunch of data points within those two areas where the snow got dislodged. And we're looking at where that is. So if you look at that.
This is drawing a lot of conclusions from a pretty shitty camera in a snowstorm. Okay, all right. Carry on.
On the vehicle. So this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You can see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are kind of, this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are.
Okay.
So Sure, it knocked the snow off, but it wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his vehicle.
Okay.
We
Noted.
then mapped that data onto Miss Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it.
Uh-huh.
So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper tail light. I emphasize the word upper tail light because it is right in line with the lower tail light. But yet the lower tail light also was not broken. So again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25 and a half. That's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it, I've looked at the back of it, I've looked all around it. It's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it.
Okay.
So, using those positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is. We know how much time it is between each frame, so we know how far it moved. And so
Okay. All right. So you want to say that the tail light did not hit the car because the bumper kind of was in the way, as you kind of would expect. Okay. So the tail light was intact as it left One Meadows. Okay. And then shattered into 47 pieces when it came into contact with O'Keefe? Okay. Yeah, all right. How? Maybe he will tell me. Okay. You want to I will spot you. I will spot you for the moment that the taillight was intact, leaving One Meadows. Let's carry on.
So what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour.
Uh-huh.
So realistically, somewhere between a half to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations,
Okay.
but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Okay.
Slide number, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 99.
I mean, I wouldn't expect the taillight to break at those speeds either, because the taillight isn't, the most fragile glass ever made. Unless, of course, the taillight had been previously damaged in some way, causing it, to be weaker than you would otherwise expect. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily expect the taillight to break as a result of this collision. So if that's what you're trying to sell me on, then okay. Although that assumes the taillight was, in, sound condition at the time, which, you don't necessarily know that, but okay. But if you want to say that it didn't break as a result of this, then fine, because I don't expect taillights to just break, by looking at them funny. If you're then going to try to convince me that somehow it broke when it hit Mr. O'Keefe and shattered into like 47 pieces and caused the taillights don't behave that way, sir. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure the fine people of Lexus do not have taillights that will just shatter into multiple pieces and cause. That's seems implausible. But carry on. I have follow-up questions, mostly related to the moment of the alleged incident. I have questions. I was like, I will spot you a lot of these issues so that I can move on to other issues. In my mind, it's like, can we move on to sort of the moment of truth, and then you sell me, given that the taillight was intact and presumably undamaged, because okay, given the taillight was intact and presumably undamaged, can you like sell me on the story of what happened at 34 Fairview? Can you sell me on that? Because that's the bigger problem for me. Okay.
That's the dimensions. Slide 102. Similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's traverse in that area.
Uh-huh.
And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something.
Oh dear.
So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact.
Uh-huh. Huh. Huh, indeed. Is one of your slides not the slide you wanted it to be? Did you forget a slide? That's sad. Meanwhile, where he looks for the mysterious slide. Meanwhile,
The slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welchore, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
In any
Yeah, I don't know, man. That camera, that quality at that distance. I don't know, man, but okay, sure. Yeah, all right.
of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
Okay.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did. I considered speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Considering all the data and analysis that you did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
Sure. Noted. Fine. Moving on.
You mentioned there were 3 areas of study, and we've been through 2.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your 3rd area of study regarding this case?
So the 3rd area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at-scene physical evidence, taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
Okay.
Okay. And when you conducted your studies and reached conclusions, did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process and inevitably your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you can take us through the 3rd section.
Oh yeah,
of your
we're
efforts
nowhere
regarding
near
this case,
cross.
Specifically, your efforts.
Yeah,
to
I don't think we're getting across
the
today.
different pieces of evidence and your conclusions about a collision in this case.
Absolutely. Slide 104.
Please.
So this is a...
Is this 105, Dr. Welchure?
I'm sorry? 105, yes, sorry. Slide 105. This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, forearm, hand, and wrist.
Yeah.
In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow.
Thanks.
And then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm. It's actually the upper extremity.
Thanks
arm
for
is from
clarifying
shoulder
that.
to elbow, elbow to wrist is forearm and hand. So you can see I wrote arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm.
Thanks. Noted.
So looking at the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me.
Hi.
I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall.
Cool.
What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall.
Okay.
At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, at the time of this incident, was 216 pounds.
Okay.
So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe,
Wow.
the same brand and size shirt of Mr. O'Keefe. You see the Lexus in the background.
Doing a little cosplay.
We
Okay.
have matched the height to the Lexus. What I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right eye. So now I'm wearing, in addition to the same shirt and shirt.
Okay. So he wants to say that the wing of the SUV like hit his head, and that's what caused the concussion. All right. Okay. Let's listen to some more.
Shoes, same type of sweatshirt, and actually the same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the waterfall grill. Found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses from.
Nice.
So you can see in my right hand here, I have a glass. Here's a glass. It looks similar. It's from the same location. And then in the lower right photograph, what I've done is I've rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply standing next.
Uh-huh. Okay. All right. Well, guys, this is where the rubber hits the road, I suppose. Of this. This is the challenged portion of our exercise. Okay, so all right, I'm here for it. Okay, what you got?
Next to the Lexus, we know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welchure, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Air dam would be another.
Does the parts manual not give it a name? That parts manual that you bought tells you every part.
Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards, or actually sideways, into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with grease paint. Now, sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out, see what the damage pattern looks like. Or basically where...
Let's roll that beautiful footage again, guys. I got to watch this one again. Let's slow that right down. I got to watch that. And reduce speed glory. Let's watch that at half speed. This little fun simulation we're doing here.
See what the damage pattern looks like.
Epic. I did normal speed.
Or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear taillight. So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the taillight. And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the taillight, and I'll line it up with the broken taillight in a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Dr. Welchore, let me ask you a question. When you're engaging in these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No. So we don't know exactly how he was struck. And pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information. We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know.
Wait a second. You know the taillight was broken. At what point was the taillight broken? Are you suggesting it was broken in advance of him touching it? How? Didn't you just prove it wasn't? I'm confused. If it was broken by what?
We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side swipe collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So, for example, if you get hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels. If you have one foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates. If your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the tech stream data, we don't know exactly when in the tech stream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scruff. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision and the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So
are we doing pirouettes now?
On the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may,
We're doing pirouettes now?
So slide
Pirouette time?
111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll throw this from two different angles.
You're doing a little
showing.
He does his own stunts, people. He does his own stunts. This guy's dedicated. Wow, this is awesome. Great.
I'm doing test 2. This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2-mile-an-hour impact. But even a 2-mile-an-hour impact
This is great.
redirects me back.
This is great.
Causes me to rotate and take a step.
This is the best day of trial ever, man. This is great. This is totes wonderful. This is fantastic stuff. Okay, yeah, I still want to know how this collision, assuming the taillight wasn't broken beforehand, which I understand was the premise, right? Taillight wasn't broken beforehand. How the taillight then break from this impact and break into the pieces cause how's long? I have continuing questions. I'm enjoying the little skits though. The skits are fun. Give me a 1 in chat if you're enjoying the skits. 2 if you're not.
Rhonda, can we approach, please?
Yes.
Oh, Lord. Okay. Cross-examination should be pretty interesting, I would imagine. Okay.
And what slide is this? I think I just can't see it. What slide is this?
114.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One moment, Dr. Welcher.
No, I don't think we're at
When you were
cross.
showing us
We're not
this
going to hit cross
video,
today.
You
I doubt we're
walked
hit
to the
cross
side
today.
of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was discussing with them what to do.
You were discussing with who what to do.
The driver.
In no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr.
I don't know.
O'Keefe's
That kind of
movement.
looks like exactly what you were doing.
No. This speed's just 2 miles an hour. I was having a discussion with the driver about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
So when you walked up to the passenger side, it wasn't to replicate a study or a movement or give an opinion?
No, that walking
simply-
had nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
If it had nothing to do with the case, then why'd you do it at all? Okay, then I object on relevance. I object to these slides on relevance. If they have nothing to do with the case, why is it relevant? Huh?
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary. Could you go back to the beginning when you were explaining this so we can go through it?
So this is the dynamic test 2.
Also, why is this relevant?
So again, this is the view from behind. Just to avoid the confusion.
I mean, I was under the
Started
impression that
here.
he was doing this to try to simulate a possibility of what he thought happened. If it has nothing to do with the case, then why are we even talking about it?
Which speed is the car traveling?
You can see it. about 2 miles an hour.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh,
and that I
okay.
would like to
All right, so that's noted, Mr. Lexing.
So similar to the other test, this is the post-contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, the yellow paint, you can see from my hand is here. This is from the arm and forearm. Here's the paint transfer pattern.
And that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welchre?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now. That was 115.
Thank you.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Dr. Welchre, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly, but for these to be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
In the bottom right.
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection and speculation.
I will strike that last part about the glass.
Objection, fuckery.
The purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welchre?
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Looking at the picture of the Lexus, bottom right middle, are there any marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We know Mr. O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
And next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am. 118.
Thank you.
Blue jean scuff.
Did you describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip. So then I included previous image that you've seen, slide 119, with the reconstructed photograph of the rear taillight, showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the taillight. They'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the 2 yellow lines on slide 119.
Is there anything about the photograph in the top right-hand corner that's important? If so, could you zoom in and show us?
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station, showing that scuff on the right rear body panel.
Did you see any similar scuffs in the middle back of the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you see anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The middle?
Yes.
Like back where the doors are?
With the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle? Or
There
the
were
left?
scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Okay, continue, please.
So this is just showing his jacket he was wearing, that the puncture marks coincide to the marks on his arm. This is from the autopsy report. A couple things it notes: a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee. He's got a laceration on his right eyelid. That corresponds to the height of that thin rear wind wing on the back of the Lexus.
No, I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Thank you.
How tall was Mr. O'Keefe?
73 inches tall, 6'1".
And how high was that wing from the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about it's about 5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you notice anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a 1/2 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee level. If you go back and look at where my knee is, that would be at the approximate level of the bumper.
And could you focus in on the bumper to show it relative to the height of your knee?
Sure. Oops. So my knee is approximately right here. This is where the bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee will be in this general area.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation relative to the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus?
Yes. Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay.
The location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the tech stream data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to slide 124, please?
Show us slide 124. Slide 124 is going to make this work, I'm sure.
So this is some of the location of the physical evidence.
How do you know that? None of the pieces were marked.
Red plastic, clear plastic. There, his point of rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the roadway. There was a sneaker that was found near the curb.
Where's these data points coming from?
There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident.
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure. So January 29th at 5:46 p.m. This one's at 5:52. One's at 5:59. This one down here is at 5:46. So there were various fragments of the taillight that were ultimately pieced back together and determined to be from Miss Reed's right rear taillight. Additional evidence was found This is taken on the afternoon of the accident, again, around 5:50 p.m.
Could you zoom in, please, for us?
Sure. So what you see here is was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
And this slide number, Dr. Welcher?
Yes, ma'am. 127.
Okay.
Could you show us the time and date, please?
January 29th at 5:50 p.m. So a series of photographs. Again, you can see on the right-hand photograph that this is the roadway, this is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right image on slide 127. The shoe is found, up against, in the roadway, up against the edge of the curb. Baseball hat, again, acquired a same baseball hat. Baseball hat was also found in the snow. You can see.
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
So that's where it's buried in the snow. These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was. There was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood, in the snow as well.
And could you give it?
So, I'm going to sustain that objection and strike the last part of it.
I
So we
understand.
don't need to come to Sidebar, right?
Just describe the color of what you saw rather than what it was.
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date if it's different than February 3rd?
I thought that was February 3rd as well.
Is there a date on the photograph to the left?
I don't see one.
Okay.
I don't either.
Do you know if those photos were taken by the Canton Police Department?
Sustain.
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't, except I have them dated as February 3rd. But I think that may just be the baseball hat photos.
Okay. Can you continue?
Then we have photos of a broken glass.
How did the taillight cause the injury? It remains the most basic question. How did it shatter? How did the taillight shatter and create those wounds? Taillights aren't supposed to shatter into 50 billion pieces. They're not really designed to do that. They're a fairly resistant plastic, all things being considered. How did it fracture and okay. And then also okay. Pressing on.
Surrounded by red marks in the snow.
And since none of the pieces were cross-plotted, how did you know where they were to put them on your plot, by the way, since I'm thinking about things?
Continue, please.
This, by the way, is the flagpole.
And that slide number, please, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, 129.
Thank you.
Slide 130.
Can you enlarge that and explain to us what that is?
Sure. So at the bottom, it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005. And what it's showing is where what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts. So what it shows is head injuries are the most common injury in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all injuries. You can see of all the individual study, the highest prevalence or highest or most common injury was head injuries. In those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries, again, the highest was also head injuries. So head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts. This is anatomical drawings just to help you understand the anatomy. The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report. The lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull. So in the biomechanical and forensics just means the legal related scientific industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis.
There is?
And what it is it's looking at where the hat line, you can imagine, is where the brim of a hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
Your Honor, I move to strike that.
I'll strike, I'm going to strike. I'm going to strike.
Removed from the screen.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So that was slide 131.
No, that was 132. I moved it
sorry.
because you said to take it off the screen.
Your Honor, one more request to the jury. Do not take that into consideration.
So jurors, when I strike something, that means don't pay any attention to it.
Thanks for clarifying that. It's nice.
Continue, Dr. Welcher.
So, Your Honor, I need to go past that slide.
Okay, go ahead, go past it.
This is the next slide.
Okay, if you can continue.
Sure. So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is in that scientific literature. They looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, let's take that slide down, and I'm going to see you at sidebar.
Sidebar! Are you a little frustrated? That's okay. We're a little frustrated too. We're all a little frustrated. Thank you for the 590 of you currently here, by the way. Appreciate you spending some time with me.
Not on the record, Chris.
The stupid is real. The stupid is incredibly real, people. He was doing fine on parts 1 and 2 of his 3-part study. Part 3, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't exactly have the same warm esteem that I did for parts 1 and 2.
Mr. Brennan, give me permission to confer with Dr. Welchure about.
Sure, and it won't be on the record, right?
Yes.
You want it on the record? Do we need it on the record?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Please turn to slide 137. That opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I'm less sold on this guy being the ace in the hole than I had projected. Some, but not all of my fears have been somewhat mollified from earlier when I was panicking about, where this was heading. Didn't quite head in the most dark direction that I was worried about. Now, to be fair, I think a lot of this is probably landing for the jury more than I think some of you are giving credit for, which I think is sadly. He's an expert. He's been well qualified, and I think a lot of this might be landing. I mean, it's hard to know for sure, but I could definitely see, blinded me with science being a real factor in this equation. So I feel like he skipped over. He sort of, what's the phrase? He sort of talked under his breath real fast He's basically when he got to the critical part, it's like, kind of hoped that you didn't notice. I think, it could be playing for the jury better than we're giving it credit for. So, but cross-examination relating to point 3. Yeah, it could be interesting. So we'll see how it develops. But my biggest fears, my most dominant fears, have been somewhat mollified. We'll see. Maybe it gets better. Hey, we should remain open-minded. Maybe it gets better. Maybe there's a lot more to it. It doesn't feel like it because it kind of feels like we moved past where that part would have been. But hey, we're not done yet. Let's keep an open mind, like the jury's supposed to do, right? Let's not form any conclusions prematurely. Let's keep an open mind for that evidence. I'm sure is going to come any moment now. It's going to be great, guys. It's going to be wonderful. Just you watch. It's coming any moment.
You struck one slide.
Yes.
I didn't strike we struck it subject to
The devastating evidence will be dropping any moment now.
right?
Correct. There may be, depending upon what's in the video, there may be more. That's why we're
Right, but the ones, all right, so we
So I can go back and show them.
Yes.
I don't want to offend the court.
Okay. So are we starting on slide 132?
132, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Please don't go back. I wasn't considering it before you mentioned it, but we could always rewind his testimony and make sure that perhaps we didn't hear things properly the first time. We knew, maybe we do need to give it a second watch. Where's Blue Man Group? Are they still a thing? Can we get them involved in this? Who wants to cosplay as Blue Man Group? Anyone want to put some blue paint on? Hit that like button, or else we're going to watch it again.
May I inquire if Dr. Welch's PowerPoint is ready on the screen?
It looks like it's up. Is it ready, Dr. Welcher?
You got me scared when you asked me that. I need to double check.
If we don't
Yes, I
hit
believe I redacted everything
715
in
likes,
on slide
we're
132.
going to watch it again.
And by the way,
It appears that way to me, Mr. Leslie.
the battery died on this.
Okay, thank you.
Whoever in charge of. I mean, I brought my own, fortunately, but
I only see 714.
No, I can't
Oh, there it is. Okay, you guys are safe.
Oh, Ms. Gilman has one.
Threatening you to get likes. That's the new hotness. That's new streaming strategy. Threatening chat in order to get engagement.
oh,
Excellent.
equally bad. These laser pointers do not work.
Good times.
Yeah, we've had that trouble.
Man, he wants a part in the next Avatar movie. Could be, man. Could be. Now there's 730 likes, man. Yeah, I threaten you guys, and I get 20 more likes, man. That's great. That's the secret. Threats is where it's at. How much time does he get to cross-examine? There's no particular limit. Are we done for the day? Everyone's standing. Are we done? Are we adjourning? It's only 3:30. We might be done for the day. Are we done for the day? Is the day over? I mean, it's 3:30, right? It's time for that. It's time for that cocktail. You know, we still do need to like figure out what the official Karen Reed cocktail is. What cocktail best exemplifies or soothes this trial? I will take your pitches in chat. Oh, those are two separate questions, though. So let me know when you're pitching if it's exemplifying the trial or meant to soothe the trial, because those are not the same thing.
Dr. Welchure, if you could return to slide 132. Actually, 133, Dr. Welchure.
Is that me or?
Harvey Wallbanger? Nice.
132 or 133?
133, please.
Schlitz and Solo Cups? Yeah, that's definitely a choice.
So we did skip over 132.
We skipped over that one as well. Keep going. There we go. If you could enlarge that just a little bit for us.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that there were studies that talked about guiding the difference between potential injuries.
Correct.
Can you explain that?
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They were creating a analysis methodology to differentiate whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Okay, could you walk us through what this chart means?
Sure. So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyze a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults. So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw. And MRS, as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So that means we go down this row. It then looks at all facial fractures. So these are the bones that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left.
Also, what bullshit smartwatch is he wearing? Is that some sort of Samsung Galaxy bullshit smartwatch? Fuck this guy. Fuck you and your stupid smartwatch.
If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right.
It's Garmin.
So
fuck it.
Some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture. What they've indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Oops, I did.
Could you
So what I did was I did what are called...
I need a couple $1,000s to support my watch habit, please. I'm really, really liking this watch I bought, but I kind of want the real thing. So I could have like $3,000 in super chats. That'd be great. Yeah. Then I have to decide if I want to get the traditional stainless version or if I want to get the SDR version. Do I want to get it blacked out or do I want stainless steel? That's a tough question. They're both pretty good looks, but they're different looks. I don't know which way to go on that one. Something to think about. Pressing on.
drop test. I took an anthropomorphic test device, ATD, which is just a fancy name for a crash test dummy, and dropped it backwards onto a hard surface to look at what happens if you were to, say, fall backwards and hit your head onto a hard surface. So on this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe in the upper left, there's noted to be abrasions above the fracture line in the area. You can't see that at all. You can see. Oh. noted to be abrasions right here.
Your Honor, I brought a hat. That was the one I used in my testing. May I put it on and demonstrate something?
Holy shit. What are we doing now? What the fuck?
Mr. Lessie,
If you would like a sidebar, or I can.
are you objecting?
I am objecting.
That's sustained. No, you can't put it on.
Okay. So I will show you the dummy test I did. Watch when the shoulders hit the ground, then the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects up.
I will have to give Judge Bev the point. Thank you, Judge Bev, for not letting this descend into just total madness. I mean, Judge Bev, we have many, many criticisms of you, but that was a good call. Thank you very much for not letting him put on the hat and doing a stupid demonstration in the middle of the court floor. Thank you. Holy shit. One point for Judge Bev. Good job.
The head. So if you have something such as a baseball hat, it'll cause it to drag across the scalp, dragging it up.
Yeah. Can I get 3 cheers for Judge Bev? Can I get some cheers in chat? Hip hip hooray. Hip hip hooray. Hip hip. Let me hear it, chat.
To a similar location to where these abrasions are. So here's the testing. Again, this is like the crash test dummies you see on television. This is myself. Me giving me similar instructions, telling them what we're going to do.
Good.
Sit and watch.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground.
Wow.
What you see is
great.
If you fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you'll get extremely high loads on the head.
Uh-huh.
If you compare that to data in the science.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Please explain what the chart is before you explain.
Oh, sure. This chart up here?
Nope, on the next page.
Right.
You can enlarge it, tell us what it is before you get into the details.
Absolutely. So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput bone. So that bone, if you put your hand on the back of your head, is your occiput. So we're looking at occiput impacts. And what you can see is that when they took cadaver skulls and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, they were getting linear fractures. And you can see even at 40 inches, there is called a stellate fracture. Stellate means star-like. You get a fracture that goes out like a star. So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture. So Mr. O'Keefe, again, is 73 inches tall.
When was this study done?
His occiput is about
Victorian era?
4.6 inches down from the top of his skull. That means it would fall a total of about 73 minus 5 would be 68. So just under 6 feet. So 72, 4 inches under, so 5 foot, 8 inches is the fall height. What is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fractures.
Thank you. Dr. Welchure, regarding your third part.
I want to know if you can get a skull fracture just from listening to something. That's what I want to know. Is that possible? Can you get a skull fracture from just listening to things? Asking for a friend.
Your analysis. Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering uncertainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. John O'Keefe on the evening of January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion, I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen, based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of taillight fragments, glass fragments, red color in the snow. We have the cell phone data, the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze, the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature, my testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface, published science on the fracture forces associated with falls. And, I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report. I'm reading from my report.
Can you answer without reading from your report?
Probably it's more complete if I read my report.
Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
I do, on this question, Your Honor, reading from a report to this question, so I'm going to reference some data.
So, try not to read, don't read from your report.
Okay, Dr. Welchure, let me ask you again. Based on your analysis, data available, reviews, study, based on the fact that you are an accident reconstructionist and a biomedical engineer, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again, you've seen my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus. I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the taillight. I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts to verify that the injury pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight. I have looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Ms. Reed's interviews as well.
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to
I can answer? Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about, that is consistent with that happening with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. That is what happened.
So I'm going to strike that. I'm going to see counsel Sidebar for just.
I mean, I'm not the expert in the field, so, I'm a little out of my depth criticizing him. I'm not the expert in the field, but it feels a little conclusory. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm not quite buying getting to the end of the page on that one. Yeah, maybe I'm a dumb, but I'm not quite feeling it. I don't know. Maybe I'm not being fair or something, but I don't know. Feels a little conclusory. I still want to know how the taillight can fracture and then cause those injuries. That would be nice. Yeah, I'm okay. I don't know. What do you think, chat? What do you think? Is it doing anything for you? I mean, at the risk of stating something really just dumb, is your if you believe that that injury is caused by just falling and hitting a hard surface, in what way is it not consistent with John O'Keefe just slipping and falling? Just to ask like the most pertinent question, right? If the injury is consistent with someone falling and hitting the ground, then is it not consistent with John O'Keefe just slipping and hitting the ground? It, you know, is that consistent? Okay. Yeah. I still want to know how the tail light caused those marks in his arm. I want to know how that happened. Did you simulate that one? Yeah, he slipped and fell, and then the dog chewed his arm. The dog scratched his arm. How about that? He slipped and fell, and the dog scratched his arm. Maybe the dog was trying to save him. Maybe the dog was trying to wake him up. Maybe the dog was being a good dog and was trying to wake him up. And was very aggressive about it. Maybe that was what's happening. Let's give Chloe the benefit of the doubt. Dog was trying to rescue as best as it knew how. Yeah, maybe it was just a pure accident. He slipped and fell and hit his head. End of story. Sucks. Does anyone have a Lexus I can borrow? I'm willing to do my own demonstrations. Does anyone know where I can get that make, model, year of car in a hurry? Maybe I could do my own little staged videos. That'd be fun. Do some stuff. Ooh.
Dr. Welchure, we have to be back tomorrow anyway. Jurors, I don't want to stay here anymore. Okay, so those same cautions, please do not discuss this meeting with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and please be very careful with your social media use. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're starting an hour late tomorrow. Is that what?
Excellent.
So we'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Excellent. An extra hour of sleep for uncivil. I'll take it.
10 o'clock. The court officers will
I will take it.
their specific directions.
Get some good rest for that cross-examination. I think the defense might have a couple questions, one or two. Red Solo Cup. I fill you up.
Okay, I mean, I came in early.
Let's have a party. Let's have a party. Red Solo Cup. I fill you up. Let's have a party. Let's have a party.
Yeah, I'll do that.
What are we doing now? Is there more? What are we doing?
All right.
Did Dr. Welchure leave?
Dr. Welcher can step down. I know he has to come back and have his
So
equipment.
just leave everything here.
And then you'll come back in 5 minutes.
Roger.
All right. Yes, please. All right, so Mr. Alessi, I will hear you as to your objection.
What? Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you like me to go to the podium or stand?
Right there's fine, and let's try and wrap this all up by 4 because I've already heard you at Sidebar.
We'll do so, Your Honor.
That means both of you I'll hear from within the next 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. The point number 1 is the question of whether, based on a reasonable degree of scientific or engineering certainty, he has an opinion whether a collision occurred. I'm going to give a dramatic and accurate example that happens in courts all the time equivalent. So, by analogy, if the issue is whether or not a defendant has stabbed an individual and caused a certain event, that is the ultimate question for the jury. That question is never permissible in a trial. By analogy, this is the exact analogous situation. The question of whether there was a collision is the ultimate question for the jury. That is why we are having this trial. The defense strongly asserts there was no collision, and there is substantial evidence to that. We are going to cross-examine Dr. Welchure. We are going to put in our own strong case to demonstrate no collision occurred. That's no surprise. It was in our opening statement. This witness cannot, by precedent for years, opine on the ultimate question that is going to the jury. I accept, subject to evidentiary issues, the 2 questions that a biomechanist always answers in these situations. Is the damage to the vehicle consistent with a pedestrian hitting the vehicle? And are the injuries to the individual consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle? Those are the questions that are permissible, not the collision question. It is resoundingly improper in this trial, in any trial where that is the ultimate conclusion for the jury. Yes, an expert can offer opinions, but every expert is bounded by the extent of their opinion, and that opinion on whether there was a collision would invade the province of the jury and the whole purpose why we are here, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So what Mr. Alessi is arguing is that in their opening statement, they repeatedly invaded the province of the jury because they must have asserted vehemently over and over again there was no collision, over and over and over again. And he just told you that when his expert takes the stand, they'll have abundant evidence that there was no collision. This case is about the collision, but that is not the ultimate issue. The ultimate issue is manslaughter or mens rea for second-degree murder, not collision. They don't.
I'm not sure either one of you was right. That either one is necessarily the ultimate issue. But no, definitely not that. And also, Brennan, not to put too fine a point on it, but argument is not evidence. And so it's different because the expert is giving an opinion. The lawyer is not. It's not the same thing, so that doesn't work either. Also, for what it's worth, some jurisdictions allow experts to testify as to the ultimate issue, some don't. So I assume from the context, Massachusetts is a jurisdiction that does not allow experts to opine as the ultimate issue. Some jurisdictions allow it though. So for what it's worth, as long as we're trying to learn something of legal value. So pressing on.
Don't get to define the prosecution's case. They do not get to define or limit the prosecution's opinions. They have no case law. They have no study. They have no jurisdiction or jurisprudence to say what we are limited to. He's entitled to an opinion. His opinion is not limited to whether or not the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe. That evidence is obvious. It's not whether or not there's damage to the car or Lexus. That evidence is obvious. He also is an enormous part of a biomedical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. He studied the tech stream data. They didn't. He did. And he's entitled to give an opinion. The tech stream data, based on fact and science and data, tells us when, if you put it together with other evidence, and where, when you contribute it with other evidence, this collision actually occurred. We don't have to play peekaboo and close our eyes to the reality of the fact that the evidence supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her Lexus in front of Fairview Road. I am not interjecting the defendant. I always refer to her car, so it is sanitized, her Lexus. I've been careful about that. I don't have to, but I'm very careful about it. He is relying on the tech stream data, the physical evidence, his independent studies. He is allowed to offer an opinion about whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car, or whether the damage to the car is
No one's disputing
consistent
that,
with the injury to
Brendan.
O'Keefe.
He just said
also
that.
allowed to answer, in his opinion, the issue of a collision. Putting aside the fact that that was emphasized and repeated in the opening statement, and it's going to happen again when other people testify. It's not our fault that ARCA didn't testify or look into the tech stream data, or they don't have an expert for it. It doesn't belittle or limit that evidence. We expect to ask Dr. Welchure, does he have...
The text stream data would be of no particular use to this. This is like the text data at best tells you when events occurred, but you don't need it to determine whether the collision occurred or not. Like knowing when or where is not necessarily helpful. So ARCA may not have looked at the text stream data because they didn't care. Because it doesn't matter. No one really cares when or where. We care about the physics. Physics, man. Physics, which is not dependent on time. As far as we're aware, physics is not dependent on when or where. At least not on Earth. Maybe somewhere else in the universe. The universality of physics is a bit of a conceit because all observations are done from Earth. So maybe physics are different somewhere else in the universe, and we just don't know. But it happened on Earth, so we'll blow past that issue for now.
An opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m. That is one of the opinions we're going to ask him. Nothing to do with the ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence, or whether it's manslaughter or there's mens rea for second-degree murder.
And what was your second? You said that's one of the opinions you're going to ask him. What else are you
I
looking
will
at?
also ask him about the consistent with, whether the injuries are consistent with.
With what?
I'm going to ask him after this part about the difference between a clip or a side swipe as opposed to a full-on injury, pedestrian collision from a front or back of a bumper, and there are further slides to emphasize.
No one asked him to imagine a spherical SUV of uniform density. I am disappointed. On a frictionless plane. What kind of physics discussion is this even?
That point. And so there'll be an opinion regarding that as well.
And you,
consistency with a side swipe or a clip.
Okay, so this is not the end of Dr. Welch's testimony. He's just moving on to another area.
It's close, but it's not the end.
It is definitely not the end.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Your Honor, here's a case. Attorney Brennan said, go to case law. Here it is. Commonwealth v. Coleman, 366 Mass 705. And it stands for the proposition exactly that I articulated. I won't repeat it. Secondly, Your Honor, we practice what we preach. I have the ARCA report right in front of me. And I have the report of...
Is that a new one or is that a...
This is the new one.
Okay.
It's also, the old one is the same. So either one is the same. They do not, Mr. Brennan incorrectly said what our experts are going to do. I don't know why he did that, because he has these in writing. Neither Dr. Wolf or Dr. Welchure talk about a collision or conclusion. It's consistency. It's those two questions I said at sidebar. And for reference, Your Honor, for the most recent is page 15. There is no...
I don't have that report, so I'd like a copy of that report.
Your Honor, a copy, and I also, Your Honor, refer Your Honor to ARCA's existing report, which I'm going to do from memory. I think it's February of 2024 that was done for the U.S. Department of Justice.
The reasonable degree of engineering, pi equals 4.
Said and gave opinions on those two items I spoke to you with sidebar.
We're closer on pi equals 3.
Brennan is incorrect when he says what our experts are going to say or not. We've already committed in writing to what they're going to say. We're consistent. We practice.
It's 22/7. Everyone knows that.
All right, so we will discuss this tomorrow before we start. I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back and see what exactly came in to evidence today. All right, so I'll see you in the morning.
All right, so please.
Exciting. Yeah, so some jurisdictions allow the expert to testify as to the ultimate issue, some don't. Then you have to get into what exactly is the ultimate issue. That's a good question. What exactly is the ultimate issue in this case? That's a good question. I mean, I think you can make a pretty credible argument legally that neither one is the ultimate issue, because the ultimate issue is, well, did she commit the murder? That's where the ultimate issue, right? If she did the collision, it's not the ultimate issue because it's not everything, right? You still need the mental statement, and like him saying the mens rea is I'm not sure either one's the ultimate issue. So I'm not sure either one is right as a matter of law. You know, whether or not the defense might think it's the most important issue, but it's not necessarily the ultimate issue. The ultimate issue is the question the jury has to answer, which is, is it murder? That's the ultimate issue. If she did the collision, it doesn't make it murder because you need other things. If she has the mental state, it isn't murder because she needs other things. So I don't think either one of them is right on the issue as a matter of law. So I think it's correct. I think it's correct that the motion should be denied, unless, of course, the case law that he cited has a different standard on this, which is quite possible. Maybe the way they view what the ultimate question is has more nuance under state law. Could be. But, in the abstraction, I would say not so much. So my based on what little I know about that, I would say that, yeah, neither one of them is right. And, therefore, of course, the defense could ask ARCA the question the other way around. It's like, about their ultimate conclusion. So, yeah. So that's sort of what I think about that. But what is the Massachusetts criminal procedure expert witness ultimate question? What is the rule in Massachusetts? Opinion on the ultimate issue. There's a rule for it. Section 704. This is presumably criminal law. Well, an opinion is not objectionable just because it embraces the ultimate issue. That's rule 704. Is that different because that's civil rules? What is this rule? Yeah, so what is he? Yeah, so I'm not even sure that he's because Rule 704, it's exactly the opposite. An opinion is not objectionable just because it embraces the ultimate issue. But then, of course, there might be case law that says something more specific on it. Let me just look at the rules of criminal procedure and see if it's Rule 704. Massachusetts Rules of Criminal Procedure. Rule. Okay. Oh, Lord. Let's see. Find expert. Interpreters and experts. Is it rule? Where is the rule? No. Okay. Ultimate issue. It keeps popping up with Rule 704. Is an evidentiary rule. So yeah. So I don't know. Doesn't seem right to me. What case did he cite? He cited a rule case. That's a good question. We could see if we could find the case site. That's a good point.
That the evidence supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that
Now, go ahead.
Go to case law. Here it is. Commonwealth v. Coleman, 366 Mass.
366 Mass.
705.
366 Mass 705. Okay. Let's see. 366 Mass 705. Case law, please. 366 Mass 705. Commonwealth versus Coleman. Brilliant. Let's take a look. And low. Commonwealth versus Coleman. 366 Mass 705, 1975. Yay. Let's see. What does it have to teach us on this issue? Well, presumably it has the words ultimate issue in there. If it doesn't, I'm going to be sad. It doesn't have the word ultimate. Oh, Lord, you're actually going to make me read this, aren't you? Fine. I can speed read this. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. The medical examiner testified in his opinion cause of death was homicide. We observed in a case. The better course is to exclude it, but here was innocuous. In the prior case, accident was offered as defense and homicide could be taken to contradict defense theory. Here, homicide does not appear to have such a contradictory implication. Present case, when in detail, blah, 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 blah. All right, so I'm going to have to actually read the underlying case. So it's probably not the correct citation. Blah, 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 blah. And blah, blah, blah. No, no, no. So there's nothing in that really speaks to the issue. Let's see if this precedent does anything, the one that it relies on. I don't really buy the citation, counselor. How about this other one? Okay, this ticket, but the rule below is no error here because you just struck the word homicide. This matters on the difficult issue. Present. Design, blah, blah, blah. Design, question. Is probability. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's argued Dr. Kurtz's use of the word homicide was an inadmissible expression of opinion. Must be viewed in light jury's knowledge of definitive word of death certificate. Medical examiner was not expert on the opinion of how the victim came to be shot. It can be argued that in circumstances, the medical examiner is permitted to express an opinion on credible defendant witness to shooting. No danger. I don't really see it in the case that as I'm speed reading it. Yeah. I don't really see it as I'm speed reading it. So I might be missing it because I'm speed reading it, but I'm not seeing it. So I don't know about that. All right, let me schedule the stream for tomorrow while we're here. And then I'll redirect you and God damn it. Try and do two things at once. Give me a break. And then I'll redirect you. All right, let's see. What am I doing? All right, I'm going over to Canva to create a new thumbnail. Ask ChatGPT. We could ask ChatGPT. Although it's not necessarily great about doing case law. Sometimes it makes up cases. So I'm not sure asking ChatGPT is the way to go here. Sometimes it makes up cases. I don't know if we want to ask ChatGPT. Use LawGPT within ChatGPT. If there was such a thing, right? Federico, isn't the one? Okay, you want me to look up a different case? Okay, give me a second. Let me create this thumbnail for tomorrow, and then I'll look up your case so that I don't interrupt myself as I'm trying to do something. Let me do this first, okay? And then we'll look at Federico. One thing at a time. Let's see if this pattern looks good for tomorrow. Yeah, it could be fun. Okay, tomorrow's the 28th. It's day 22. That is correct. Good. Share that. Download that tab. ChatGPT is. All right, so I need to create a new stream for tomorrow. Let's do that. And they're starting an hour later. So I get one more hour for uncivil. More uncivil gets more time. Yay. All right, tomorrow is day 22. It is the 28th. And tomorrow's stream is starting on at 8:45 a.m. Hooray me. Okay. Schedule that. Schedule that. Excellent. Schedule, 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 schedule. Did I change the thumbnail? I'm not sure if I did when I scheduled it for tomorrow. I might have to go in and change it. All right, let's see. Where's my stream for tomorrow? I did not change the stream. See, I forgot about it. Can I change the thumbnail in here? No. All right, that's all right. I can do it in YouTube. One thing at a time. Change that thumbnail. Cool. Right, excellent. And then let me remember to set all the settings I need for tomorrow as long as I'm in here. So change the latency, and let me go ahead and change it to subscriber only and slow mode. And turn off ads. Cool. All right, great. Then I'll come back over here, set up the redirect for tomorrow. Okay, and it's going to be under here. Come on. Oh, come on, don't be mean to Uncivil. Nice YouTube streaming thing. I'm just trying to get this done so that I can do other things. You're being mean to Uncivil, YouTube. Okay, that sets the redirect for tomorrow. Okay, now let's set up. All right, so what was the case you wanted me to look up? Federico versus Commonwealth versus Federico. Okay, let's take a look. All right, let's see. All right, let's take a look. Let's see. Come on. All right, here we go. Let's see what we got. No. Let's see. Evaluation's credibility. Yeah, they can't offer opinions on credibility. That's fair enough. Mm, so it seems like, at least in some situations, the answer is maybe. It's not permissible. But I don't know if it's true as a categorical rule. Hmm. Yeah, it looks like there might be a special rule or a special dispensation with respect to sexual assault claims, but I don't know if it's a more general proposition than that. It's not like saying it doesn't say like they can't testify as to the ultimate issue. It's more specific than that, right? They can't testify as this to this specific thing, which might have been the ultimate issue in this particular case, but it's not it's more narrow, or at least it appears like it's more narrow. Because if it's just they can't testify as the ultimate issue, the court would have said that. They didn't say that. They said something more specific. So I don't think this case. So at least in some situations, it appears that they might not be able to testify as to the ultimate issue, but I don't know that you can get the more general rule from these propositions, at least based on my speed reading of it. So I'm not sure if I see it based on the speed reading. Right? If the rule was simply the expert cannot testify as to the ultimate issue, the court would just say that. They're saying something more nuanced and more specific. In some situations, it appears that they can't. Yeah, I understand what Alyssa is saying. I understand that. I just don't understand his authority for the proposition. Yeah, I don't see it in the case he cited, and I haven't seen it in the cases that we've read. I mean, I've sped read like 4 cases trying to look for language, but it hasn't popped out. There seems to be more specific things than that, but the general proposition doesn't appear to be immediately supported. So I understand Alyssa's support argument. I don't understand his authority for the proposition. What's my ultimate issue? It doesn't matter at the moment. I don't even know that he can't ask the question, even if it does go to the ultimate issue. That's the more fundamental problem. And yeah, so I don't quite see it based on the precedent that you cited. So yeah. Interesting though. Interesting. So yeah. Normally, if it was just something like they can't testify as the ultimate issue, it would just simply say that in the rule somewhere. It would just be that clear. Because like states that, usually are that clear about it when they want it to be. They don't usually hide the ball. So all right, guys. Well, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and sign off for now. And, you know, take the rest of the day off or something. Because that'll be nice. Maybe get some more sleep. So that'll be positive. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. It should redirect you over to tomorrow. You know the drill. Go ahead and hit the like button for tomorrow. Help the channel grow, all that good stuff. Where are we in terms of our subscriber count, incidentally? We're getting pretty close to like 150, but I haven't taken a look at it like in the last couple days. $148, $817. Excellent. So yeah, at that pace, we should hit 150 pretty soon. So when are we on pace to hit 150? Let's take a look based on current growth trends. Based on current growth trends, we might hit 150 by the end of trial. It's going to be close. It depends if we have like another really banger day. Yeah, but we might hit 150 by the end of trial based on current growth trends. That'd be cool. If we would hit 150 before the end of trial, that'd be neat. So, yeah. Did the expert convince me? Not yet. Not really. All right, I'm going to go ahead and sign off, guys. I've been on Civil Law. I hope you had a good one. Till later, my friends. Cheers for now and goodbye.